Are you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Are you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Y'all are brewheads? Yeah, we brewheads. So pour a glass of craft beer, we can do this. Yeah.
What's good, y'all? This is C-Certified Brewhead, and welcome to episode 224 of Beer Nuts, the podcast Adjunct series. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading to a new region, or a region that is new to me and new to the pod, Oro-Medonte, Ontario, about an hour and change north of Toronto. And this is a brewery that I've only ever had one beer from, but I had heard a ton about it. Every time I'm speaking to different people about, there's a lot of fantastic different regions of Ontario that personally I'm yet to explore. And, I feel like I talk about it a lot. People always want to tell me if there's something sick that they've discovered. And I feel like this brewery comes up so often that I reached out to him to get him on because specifically, I don't want to shout out Dan from Zen and Glassware as well. Dan had sent me pictures and told me how fire it was. And I'm like, all right, that was it. That was like the straw. And I was like, we got to do this. So I'm very excited to have these folks on. We have a massive lineup of fun, super cool beers tonight. So I'm really excited just to get this story because I actually don't know. Which is my favorite thing. I love it when I don't know and we all get to learn. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me get this as clean as I can here. Put this back over yonder. Please welcome Scott, Catherine, and Graydon of Quayle's in the building. Welcome, guys. Welcome.
How you doing, Greg?
I'm good, man. How are you? Good to see you all.
Yeah, great. Doing well.
Amazing. Love to hear it. So I got to meet Scott and Graydon at the OCB. Did you go, Catherine, at all to the OCB?
I did. I missed you.
Oh, I just missed you. That's okay. Well, we get to hang out tonight. So it's very, very great to hang out with you guys and to get the story. So I appreciate you all taking the time to do this we're filming this right before, like the week before Christmas. So I know it's kind of hectic for all human beings right now. Like I said, fantastic lineup of beers. We are going to get started with this little gem right here, the Line 12 Hayloft Lager, and I guess this would be on you, Scott. Do you want to tell us about this one, Doug?
Yeah, I mean, Line 12. This probably is our flagship beer. This is our easy drinking lager. We make a lot of this one. It's all hops grown in Ontario, mostly from our farm.
Amazing.
When we don't run out of hops on our farm. But it's just a fantastic beer. Easy drinking.
I love it. What are the hops on this one, if I may ask?
We bitter with mostly Centennial that we grow on the farm, and then Triple Pearl is the real flavor hop.
Triple Pearl. Nice. A nice little spicy, peppery kind of thing going on.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a lot. It's just like a little kiss of Triple Pearl, but it definitely kind of defines the beer for sure.
Okay, so Centennial Triple Pearl. I love it. And was there any specific like inspiration or anything for this beer, or was this really trying to get like that classic like German Helles thing going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely started as a classic German Helles. I think the reason we brewed this beer though was really for the locals, right? Like, we're a brewery in the middle of nowhere, it feels like. And we just wanted to make sure that, our local contingent had something that they wanted to drink. Yeah.
Fair, man. Can't go wrong with the Helles. And the last question was name. Where'd the name come from for this one?
We're on line 12.
The street.
I thought it was going to be
road.
Nice and easy. Well, folks,
there's many line 12s. Or
there's many. Okay, but this is the best one. God damn it!
You got it,
guys.
Yeah, when you get regional, it's easier just to name lines.
Fantastic. Yes, I noticed with the regional stuff. It's pretty funny. I love it. This is fire. So clean. You're right. I'm not getting like a ton of that Triple Pearl, like that little sort of peppery kind of thing going on. Super subtle, very crushable. This is really cool that you guys have. There's so many Crispies tonight. The lineup is stacked with them, which I'm personally stoked about. And that was what actually, by the way, the first beer I had was the Right Bauer from you guys, which is the German Pilsner, if I'm not mistaken, or Czech Pilsner.
German
Pilsner. That's okay.
It's German.
I had that last OCB at Collective Arts. They had like the little end of wrap-up party thing. And I had it then. I was like, I think that was when Dan had been telling me about it. I'm like, oh, wow. So it was super fire. So I definitely want to get into the crispy side of things with you guys and talk about that. But I love that if this is, like, you didn't do a, a blonde ale or anything like that for the locals. It was like you went straight for the fire, which is sick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, blonde ale is a dirty word around me. I feel like people make blonde ales because they don't want to make a lager, and I don't know, just
Can't disagree with that, to be honest.
Make it
Maybe
like-
some people don't have the capability, perhaps, if we want to be generous. Like maybe people don't have the space,
Yeah, I mean,
time available.
it's obviously it's a space requirement. Like there's a lot to it, but
Sometime, yeah.
if you're gonna
But-
do it right.
Look, I'm with you, bro. I definitely would prefer this any day over everything. This is fantastic. Pilsner malt too. I'm seeing here. And once again, just remind me, Centennial and Triple
Yep.
Pearl. Love it. All estate grown. Do you guys?
Yeah, Centennial's the bittering hop. It's just
Or just
we
the
grow
okay.
a lot of it.
Right. So it's more the Triple Pearl is the more present hop, I guess, in this one. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. I love it. This is amazing, guys. And now this specific
exactly.
beer is this is the closest, like you were saying, to a flagship. Where can folks get this particular beer if they wanted to get it? Is it what are the options?
Well, if you're in and around the brewery area, pretty much every liquor store carries it, within, let's say, a 30, 40 kilometer radius. As far as south as Barrie, up north, to Huntsville, Bracebridge, and even points east and west.
Okay.
That's we're, getting into more and more convenience stores, grocery stores, because it is our flagship beer. And it's the, again, understanding the when we opened up, a lot of people go, what have you got that's as close to Bud Light? This is what you give them, right? And you'd be really surprised, Craig. And we've converted a fuck ton of people to a proper beer,
Good.
as opposed to these mass piss waters that you hear about.
Well, you're doing the culture a favor. Thank you guys for doing that. I love that. I love that at work, because I've heard, what do you call them? Gateway beers, right? Which is essentially what you're describing. The most underrated type of beer, I think, in the game, because they do the hardest work, but they get the least credit, I think. I find that not all of those piss water, as you accurately described, drinkers would always be would kind of dig this because there's too much flavor. Often I've just heard that, so it's really cool that if they are, maybe they are just in that macro world, then they can. This is really soft beer though. From this seems very approachable, and it's not. And Helles is probably the best style now I think of it, which is probably why this is your flagship, because of that fact that you give them a big grassy bitter Czech Pilsner. It's kind of might be a little much for somebody who's used to the 4.5%.
Yeah, there's kind of a lot to a Czech Pils,
Yeah, it's a total different vibe. So this was that. Did that thinking go into this particular beer? As far as did you guys make it for those folks, or did it just happen to be the perfect one?
No, that was exactly the thought process, and I mean it proved itself. I mean, we launched with a bunch of beers, and this was the one that everybody gravitated to. It was the one for them,
Right. It was okay. I mean, at least you found it out. You made it for them, and it worked, which is great. It was good thinking on that. Okay, so people can get it, and to clarify as well, all the beers we're going to be drinking tonight, unless they're sort of not available anymore, because some of them are sort of either seasonals or one-offs, everything can be ordered online from the website.
Yeah, or at the tap room.
Or the tap room directly, which obviously would be the funnest option. I love it. This is fantastic, guys. So first question, let's whoever wants to start, I'd love to get your beer history, how you each individually discovered craft beer, and that sort of path that led on to the brewery opening. Whoever wants to kick it off.
Go ahead, Scotty.
Maybe we'll go around clockwise then. Scott.
There you go.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I'm a Queenslander. I grew up on Forex. Some pretty,
Yeah.
in even in Australian terms, I reckon it's pretty rough beer. But
It is really bad.
Early on, I got into the Cooper's kits.
Man, they're a great way to.
Yeah, just home brewing.
Look at you now.
In uni, saving money, all that. Hey, but I was studying geology, so I ended up moving out to Perth, to Western Australia, and they had a scene out there. Well before like a lot of Australia, like Perth was ahead of the game. Perth's a funny city. It's the most isolated city in the world. So they're very much, they look after their own. They don't import a lot. They do it all themselves. So craft beer was just a natural fit for Western Australia. So I really got into it there. And then, financial crisis, there was a downturn. I moved to Vancouver. I was really into beer, and I sort of drew a vertical line where the craft beer was and a horizontal line through where I could get a visa, and I ended up in Vancouver. I was out there for 10 years, 5 years at Russell. I was at Steamworks for a couple of years. I did a year in New Zealand. I worked for a yeast lab for a couple of years, and then after all that, my partner got pregnant. We came out to Ontario for a baby shower, and I found Quayle's was building a brewery just outside of the town, so I popped in just to say hi. They already had a brewer, but I just wanted to, brewers, we get around, we want to meet everybody, we want to say hi. And that's when I met Graydon, and it was only a couple of weeks later that I heard from him. We lost the brewer, and my partner was 8 months pregnant. We drove across country, started a new life in Ontario.
That's crazy. How would she
and
deal
she
with...
grew up in Oro-Medonte.
Oh, okay.
She's
hence the visit.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. That would have been an interesting drive.
She's from a really
okay.
visiting family.
Gotcha. Yeah, 8 months.
We knew we wanted to do it. It was just.
Gotcha. I think we got a delay on you, Scott, which is
yeah. It was I've definitely got a delay. Sorry about that. It was. I definitely had learned how to deliver a baby. I'd watched a lot of YouTube videos before getting on that journey. There was a lot of driving really fast between cities and then really slow through cities where we're close to hospitals. But
wow.
I think we advised you to stay in Vancouver until the baby was born. But you wanted to come early.
It was happening. Yeah.
That's bold, but good on you. I'm glad it worked out. Okay, that's awesome. And then thank you for that, bro. And then Graydon, your side, dude. Tell us, how did you get into beer? And
so, aside from all the underage drinking that I did, like probably most of us did, it was the fall of '84 when the Brewers Retail went on strike, and I was at university and couldn't get access to beer because they were on strike. So, and this is back in the day when you couldn't, beer in convenience stores and grocery stores was not a thing. So I ended up, and I'm a poor uni student, so ended up brewing my own, albeit it was from a kit. That was sort of my first indoctrination. Had fun doing that. Never pursued it further than that, and I don't even claim to know more than doing grabs for Scott. And that's where I tap out at that point. But all through my career, I was in marketing for 28 years. But interestingly enough, there was beverage alcohol involved all the way. First job was brand manager for Kronenberg beers when it was owned by. This is back in the early 90s when it was owned by a French company at the time, and then I went to work at Bacardi for 4 or 5 years as a brand manager there. And then I went over to the advertising agency side and worked on a whole bunch of different alcohol brands throughout that tenure, from Corby Spirits, Canadian Club, Courvoisier, brands like that. And then, all the way to Foster's Wine Estates near the end of my career that way. And then as it would be, turned 50, we're getting tired of the millennials and the Gen Xers telling me how I should be doing it and how much I should be charging and all that other sort of stuff. And myself and Catherine's husband, who was a really good buddy of mine, we decided, fuck it, let's do something different. He had a plan to open a farm-based brewery. So got the land and away we went. And, 5 years later, there was trials and tribulations along the way, but when we were ready to open, COVID happened, literally when it started. So that's how I got into it. And, here we are 5.5 years later and still having fun, actually.
Good. Glad. Okay. Love it. That's great. You got a good history with all that, man. It's probably, I imagine a lot of that skill sets are applicable, like from the brand management and all the different, whether it's beer and spirits and all that stuff. I imagine it's pretty helpful.
Yeah, a lot of transferable there. Just, obviously great appreciation for wine, spirits, and beers, though. That's for sure.
Do you ever? I love it. Dude, thank you. That's amazing. Catherine, love to hear your story.
Okay, well, I'm going to join Graydon with a little bit of underage drinking there, and I enjoyed the green bottle of Molson's at the time when it first came out. But my first encounter with craft beer would have been in Toronto when Amsterdam Brewery opened. That was the place to be, and everybody hung out there every Friday and Saturday, and that was my home away from home. But I'd say, that's just lots of, always trying the different things. Some family is from up in Oro-Medonte. That's where we that's how we found our place there. We knew it was a little bit of a diamond in the rough, an area that nobody knew about, so close to Toronto. That my husband and I wanted to open up a place. We love to travel. We love vineyards. We loved going and visiting, tasting lots of beers and breweries. Knew we couldn't grow grapes in the area, and hops was just seemed right. So the vision always was to build and grow hops and build a brewery. So in 2015, we bought the land, and with this vision. With the plans of opening within probably 2 years, and he unfortunately got sick. He passed away early in the journey, and I was at that time was working in consulting and strategic consulting and marketing, and stepped in. And at that point, we had 8 permits to go, and we had to a lot of work to do to build our brewery. It was hop yards were built, but the brewery was still in sort of minor structure. So fast forward to 2020, as Graydon said, we opened up, and a lot of sweat and a lot of grit, but we made it happen and made the vision happen.
That's amazing. I'm so sorry. That's horrendous. But you kept it going. You were just like, he never got to see the completed project. Never did. At 2018, so 2018 he passed, and Graydon and I were thinking that it would be probably 6 months, a year. Another 2 years it took to build it. Building a farm brewery in Oro-Medonte was a vision that a lot of people had a hard time imagining, and so we've had to bring people along the way. Okay.
But you know what, Craig, even to this day, we always say that he's watching. Like there's shit that's happening all the time. Yeah. And he's kind of like, not a mean ghost, but he's like Casper. He's a friendly ghost. And he's, I shit you not, he's like watching over us, and there's things that happen, and it's like, oh wow.
Well, funny, Scott. Scott was a perfect example. Our brewer just left, and all of a sudden Scott drops in for a visit, and we're like, serendipitous.
Perfect. By the way, Scott texted. He just said his Wi-Fi is horrendous, so he'll be back on as soon as he can. That is kind of crazy. How did you guys? What made you keep going when you go through? Because I lost my father, so I know it was really rough for my mom in around the same time in 2016. Suddenly too, but I know it was really tough for her, and we're in Canada and she's in Australia, so it's even harder. She didn't have us. How was it for you all? Continuing on when it was a vision between, he was a big part of the vision, obviously. How was that?
Well, we had 9 months, which is, again, very fortunate. We had 9 months. So we were very clear on the vision. And Graydon and I were, as I said, it was make it happen. It was, the train had left the station and we were moving forward no matter what.
So it didn't, it was.
We had to see this. We were going to see this one through regardless if it killed us as well, as the expression goes.
Yeah. I mean, the hop yards are built, the building structure was built, tanks were sitting outside, 8 permits to go. So we were well into it, and we were going to see this through no matter what.
Right. Jeez. I still couldn't have been easy though. I couldn't imagine that was like, you just got to grit your teeth and keep it going, I guess. And you've got money invested in it, and then maybe it's the opposite. Like you're doing it for him now.
Yeah.
I think it absolutely is. And to that point, Craig, he passed away on June 23rd. Every June 23rd, we release a beer called Brian's Choice. And every year it's a different beer. Scott knows it's going to be in a style that Brian would have drunk. So it would not have been a fruit sour, for instance.
Okay, he's not into that.
There he is. There he is. So it's last year was an amber lager. This year was a Vienna lager. Scotty, we're just talking about Brian's Choice beers and how they're different every year and how we release it. And there's always a charitable component to it, where proceeds from the sales of the cans and pints go to a local charity.
That's great. What a cool way to honor his legacy. Is it something that you guys keep? Like, is that something? Because you're both like really seem very comfortable and you obviously like comfortable talking about it and stuff. Like I get it now. I've been through all of that stuff. You can joke about it or whatever. But is that something that you guys sort of keep at the front of the story of the brand? Is about Brian, or is it sort of is not something that you lean on too much?
I'd say we do some, but not. We don't lean entirely on it. I think we've say the brewery is. I think we're proud that we've made it happen. We've taken it. I mean, no one anticipated COVID, so it's twisted and turned in many different ways, and we've taken it into. I think we've taken it beyond the original vision. But I think we look for ways to honor him, and we celebrate him. Like our family's been up in Oro-Medonte for 5 decades, so wow. People know him, people know the family. We're proud of it, but it's not the only thing. I think we've got a great team, and what we're doing is awesome, and just it's part of it, part of the story, but not the only story.
Understood. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. Like, I think that's like a cool, well, fucked up, but like it's horrible, but it's just like a cool story, and the fact that you can all joke about it, and then but on top of that, you're doing something really dope for him every year and keeping that apart. I don't know. That's just really nice. It's like, oh man, I imagine he's excited as hell about it. And then you're like, oh, God damn it. And, if you said he got sick, that means there's, imagine a time period where he knew things were going downhill, and like he's like, oh damn, I'm not going to see this thing through. So it must have been pretty rough for him, I imagine, like knowing that there's this project that he was a big part of in the beginning, and now being like, oh man, I hate to see this shit. That sucks.
Yeah, I think the one thing that we've is we make sure that every beer we do for Brian's Choice is 100% of hops from our farm. So again, just make sure it's homegrown.
I love it. That's perfect.
Yeah, but at the same time, Craig, when something goes sideways or there's some heavy lifting to be done, like physically and mentally, trust me, we're cursing them. It's like any time for him to get out of doing something, be it physical or mental labor, boy, we're giving it to him.
I love that. Keeps it light, and
it does.
Also gives him shit too, which is you got to do that. That's fun. I love it. Where did the name come as well, guys? By the way,
so it's a family name. Quayle's origin is from Isle of Man. Famous for its TT races and lots of craft beer. So anybody you meet with the surname Quayle's is from Isle of Man. But the original thought was sitting in a pub in Isle of Man was Quayle's Ales. Obviously, we're way more than ales, so we're not just Quayle's Ales. We're Quayle's Brewery.
Love that. I've heard of it. See, between England and Ireland. Okay, that's where it is. Because I know Isle of Wight. I've heard of that before. I don't know a ton
Yeah,
about.
Isle of Skye, Isle of Wight, Isle of Man.
It is. I've been to Arran. Oh yeah, there. No shit. I've been to Scotland. Okay, dope.
It's a great tax haven too if you got
it
some extra
is.
funds. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
It's also very
Not-
similar to the
that we would
agriculture is very similar. The terroir there is very similar to Oro-Medonte. It's got a lot of farming community. Very, very similar.
Okay, that's dope. I love that. So then the idea of the hops, growing the hops on premise, that was like you're saying in the beginning, like you couldn't do grapes up there. So growing the hops on the estate, was that like a large part of the plan for the brewery, or was it just kind of like, hey, it'd be sick if we grew hops?
It was the original part of the plan.
Okay.
And just from research, we thought it would do well just from the soil type. We have very sandy soil. We thought it would do well. So we started out with 1/2 acre of hops and said, let's try it. And we have 87 acres on our property, harvested all the poles from all the trees from our property and set up a hop yard, first hop yard.
Okay. How large is the hop yard then? How many acres?
So we started with 1/2 acre and
Okay.
now we've expanded to 12 acres.
Damn. That's pretty big. That's pretty serious. What varieties are you growing?
Scott, over to you.
Are you frozen, Scott? He might be frozen.
So I've got I can jump in. We've got
Okay.
Willamette or Willamette, depending on your accent. Triple Pearl. We've got Centennial, Cascade, little bit of Nugget. Just planted some Chinook. How many have I rhymed off there? And then a little bit of Sriracha.
Nice. Okay, that's a decent amount.
Yeah, it shows a bunch of different things. Unfortunately, when we had to make the selections of planting, which was done in 2016 and 2017, Scott was not part of the picture at that point in time, so he didn't get any input then. But like the Chinook planting is new, and he was a big part of that one. But gotta hand it to him. He's used the varieties that we do grow to create beers with those varieties.
That's awesome. Can you hear us, Scott? Maybe there's a delay again.
Could be.
So
Hey, Scotty,
I can text him and see if he hears it. Okay. Do you use your own hops in every beer, or is it some?
Yep.
Every
beer. So whether it be on the hot side for bittering or on the dry hopping side, it's our hops in every one of our beers.
But we also import lots of hops. But the mandate is to use at least one.
Okay, that's awesome. And when you say you get any other hops, is it a lot of local stuff, or is it like Pacific Northwest, New Zealand?
A little bit of both. I mean, Scott being from down under, he loves his New Zealand hops.
They're the best.
But at the same time too, a lot of them are proprietary strains. So we can't grow Citra.
Okay.
So we have to buy Citra, for example, right?
Of course. Yeah,
things like Sasquatch, we got to buy Sasquatch. We can't grow Sasquatch.
Right. Oh, I thought. Oh, is that I think it's BC, if I'm not mistaken.
It is a BC hop, but it's grown under license, right? These are all.
So you have to license it, or
right.
Right. Is it the same as like the I know, like you said, you can't grow Citra or whatever, but they wouldn't even give you a license for that because they're keeping it pretty tight to the chest. Is it the same with Sasquatch?
Don't know. I mean, maybe that was a bad example. Sorry, Craig. I've never asked, but that might be. I mean, there are varieties that we would never get a license to grow, and even then, we might have to sell it back to, the mothership and then buy it back from them.
Damn, that sucks. Yeah, so it'd be better to just do what you're doing. I just buy the other stuff. Yeah, way less hassle. Is there other ones that you guys are hoping to add to the stash?
Well, I mean, we want to expand on the Chinook.
Okay.
Scott loves Chinook. And if is he tuned back in or not? Are you there, Scott? Maybe not.
No. Okay.
Kind of.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Scott really loves the Ontario Chinook strain.
Okay.
it's got these wonderful tropical fruit tones to it, and it's a different, just a completely different profile from P&W Chinook. And
okay, that's sick. Yeah, Scott, if you can. Okay, no.
Yeah, I do love the Ontario Chinook. They often talk about the Midwest Chinook as well. I think it's the same variety, or at least it's the same growing conditions, and it has like that really nice pineapple sort of character. But even I've used West Coast Chinook in hazies, and it just doesn't perform the same way. I don't believe it's actually the same hop at all. I think they're onto something new that's completely different. But it's delicious. It's really good.
Hell yeah. Okay, I love that you guys are doing that. That's really fun. How you guys feel about next beer?
Bring it on.
And what should
Ready?
we do?
Yeah.
What are we feeling? What's the
Scott?
vibes? What do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I mean, let's go Bauer. Bauer's always the next one.
Love it.
All right.
Is the expression? Are
Best
you
game ever. Yeah,
There you
euchre
go.
player.
Am I what? Sorry.
Do you play euchre?
Is that EUC that game?
That's a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one.
I know the word. I don't know. Is it a card game?
Card game,
What is
best
a
card
card game?
game in Oro-Medonte. It's
okay.
everybody plays euchre.
Euchre. EUC.
This
And
is
Right Bauer is the best, the highest card.
Is a trick-taking card game played in Canada. Okay. All right. All right.
So the other
okay.
thing, it has a double entendre. I don't know if you have any Germanic roots.
I
We
actually
do play in Australia. It's
Okay,
pretty
there you
popular.
go.
Really? Yeah. Okay. I've heard of the word, but I didn't even. I guessed it was a card game because of the little guy.
So
Poor man's bridge.
Poor man's
Poker.
bridge.
So if, a Bauer is also not just a hockey equipment manufacturer; it's also the French word for farmer.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it's a hand. Is it like a hand in euchre then? Is that?
It's a card.
It's a
It's
card.
yeah, it's the highest,
the highest ranking
scoring card, most powerful card in the game. And there's left Bauer. So we make a left Bauer when we make a fresh hop beer of Right Bauer. We'll do left Bauer.
Oh, okay. So does it use a normal card deck?
Yep, just select cards.
Select
Nine
cards.
through king.
9 through king. Okay. And is it like you know what? Don't we have to talk about the rules of the game? Maybe is it something that people play when they come up to the brewery? Is it like a big thing?
We do euchre tournaments. Yeah, we have euchre tournaments in the winter.
Nice.
So
So people just hang out, or it's like an organized thing, and you sort of just played it. Is it like how does it work? Like, do you just play? Do you get set up with two people, and then it's like whoever wins goes on?
yeah,
Thing?
it's two teams of two play each other, and then winners play. They move on and advance to other people, and highest scoring at the end win a prize.
All right, that's fun.
Usually Right Bauer.
Usually-
Right Bauers.
Hey, well, you know what? I don't think anyone's going to be unhappy with that. Oh no, I've had this beer. This is sick. So this was the one that I had. Yes, hell yeah. Okay, this is sick. Now, is this the German Pilsner? Tell us, maybe Scott, if you want to get into the nerdiness, if you can hear about the product itself. And first of all, guys, cheers. Look at the clarity on that.
Cheers.
bad boy. My goodness.
Yeah, I'll try just talking straight.
Yeah.
Might not be able to converse back and forth with you, but yeah. I mean, I love a German Pilsner. I'm a really big fan. You know, we made one at Steamworks. It was like our flagship beer there. So as much as I love the Czech beers, I think what really makes a German Pilsner great is just like it's so clean and crisp and refreshing. This one is it's pretty much all Weimann Pilsner malt and Saphir hops. There's a little bit of Spalt Select as well. But yeah, it's punchy. It's really trying to like be true to like the German style of Pilsners. Crisp, clean, delicious.
Love it. It's this is a banger. It's got a nice and particularly right after the line 12, like the Helles, now the German style Pilsner. This is 5.3 versus 5. So it's a little punchier, a little heavier malt body. The bitterness is the main thing that I'm getting. That's really shining through. Nice, like great grassy herbal vibes. Money. If Scott, can you hear me, Doug?
Kind of. Yeah, I'm just like listening. I might turn off my camera and see if that helps at all. I don't know.
Okay, let's see if it does. Any different? Maybe it takes a bit to kick in. Either way, this is fantastic. Now, is this one of your is this another, like, I guess, flagship core beer?
It is.
Yeah.
It's one that's go ahead, Scott.
Here we go, just got.
Oh, okay. It is one of our flagship beers.
Yeah, I mean, this is another LCBO beer that we have. Definitely like one of our original beers that we brewed.
Okay. Yeah, this is fantastic. Is this the biggest seller?
Line 12 is.
Line 12 is. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this close?
Oh yeah, no, it's a close second.
A close second. Okay, sick. Yeah, it's two completely different experiences. I love it.
And you know, fun fact here,
yes.
You know, in the LCBO and their whole, you know, litany of rules and regulations, our original label before we had applied for LCBO listing, we just called it a German Pilsner, and we got the no. So
German
now you
style
can
Pilsner.
There you go.
So that's a rule, eh? That's not like a choice.
Exactly. So if it's not made in Germany, and I kind of get it, but come on, man. I mean,
I'm with you. I get it. It just seems a little like relax. Like, let's, you know, we got enough rules as we
exactly
with regard to alcohol and stuff. Yeah, this is phenomenal. This is such a good beer. Like, this is kind of what we're talking about before, when you sort of like, I can definitely see, the Line 12 being more of a gateway beer for maybe less craft experienced people, and then as you sort of go on this, you'd hit this, and it, you know, to us, we're all used to it. And you guys are OGs, by the way, with how deep you're in craft in the 80s. That's amazing. I love it. I don't hear that very often, so very, very cool. Like, at least even if you weren't in the industry, you both were drinking craft beer back then. It's so cool. I love it. You guys are so ahead of the game. Like, you guys must be like a fraction of a percent of people who were doing that back then. So you really would have seen everything change and everything kind of like happen just as fans of just, you know, craft beer.
Absolutely.
So yeah, like, I think this is like a nice little, like, you know, step up for folks. And this was do you guys remember why it was this beer specifically that was in the Collective Arts event last year at OCB? Was it just like whatever they wanted, a case of stuff, and you're like, cool, throw in that? Or was it like, I'm just curious if there was like an intentional thing where you knew that it was beer nerds, and beer nerds typically love Crispies more than anything else as far as industry people, like brewers and owners and, you know,
Pilsners.
Exactly, yeah. Was that the reason that this one was in that event at all? That you can remember? I know it was a year ago, and it was probably like on a whim or whatever, but I'm just curious if it was like, you know, if you could have given one of the SKUs to an event, was it why this one?
Scott, go ahead.
Can you hear?
Bueller.
Scotty? No?
I think it was a bit of both. If
Scott, to me, I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah. Scott, can you hear us?
No.
Okay. It's a bit of both in terms of, you know, Scott knew what his colleagues would want to drink. And I think if, you know, I think at that time we were looking at bringing it into the LCBO or listing it with the LC or submitting it. So that's why we thought, you know what, it was less so for that reason, more so that Scott knows what his, you know, fellow beer or the fellow brewers would want to drink.
That makes sense. How many SKUs do you currently have in the LCBO now?
3.
We've got 3. Yeah.
3. So there's Line 12 Bauer, and the third is
a Westie.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, the Westie.
Yeah.
Westie. Yeah. Okay. West Coast IPA or West Coast?
West Coast IPA.
IPA. Amazing. And how has that been for you guys as far? And, oh, actually, no. Before I get to that, which is the we did sort of talk about it either earlier or off air. I can't remember. Are the LCBOs that are sort of stocking typically within like a radius of the brewery, or is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's about a 40, 50 kilometer radius around. So we have some select ones in Toronto, but most of it's sort of south of Barrie, all through Muskoka, Midland, a good sort of ring around the brewery. And
Okay.
we're expanding. We have a small sales team who's just growing and expanding into the grocery stores and convenience stores as well.
Amazing. How was that experience then for you guys getting the SKUs into LCBO? Was it all pretty, and then also grocery and convenience? So has it been pretty easy? Is it, do you want to strangle someone? Both.
Yeah, exactly. Depending on the day.
Yeah. I mean, we were fortunate to get line 12 in right away. It was our first submission and we got in line 12. And then it was a journey to get the next ones. It's you have to earn your stripes.
Right, based on numbers, I imagine.
Yep. And just figure out how it works. We were all when we first started, we went all across the province, and with a lean sales team and doing our own delivery, it was quite a process. So we learned the hard way.
Hey, I feel better.
One of the things we like to do too, Craig, is actually put any of the medals and the awards that we won on our packaging. We're small enough that we can do that. We don't buy our cans in the hundreds of thousands or millions.
Gotcha.
So you can see all the medals that we've won on our labels. There you go. And line 12 is like a decorated soldier.
Very much so. Army veteran right here. Packing them. That's the Ontario Brewing Award Gold for Rat Bauer, and then line 12 got a bunch of Canada Beer Cup golds, silvers, best in show, killer. That's great. I think it's a good thing. How do you guys feel about the awards as well? I mean, I imagine it's sort of been helpful for the business, for sort of letting people know that, hey, this is an awarded, product. Does it make a difference for your consumers, do you think?
I mean, I think as a brewery, it justifies the beer itself and gives it some credibility. I think we certainly discussed it and made that conscious decision as a team to add them, not as an ego kick, but just to let people who aren't familiar with who the hell is Quayle's. Oh, well, they must be doing something right because they got a bunch of different awards.
Right. So it's kind of like a way to put the brand on the map for those who might be a little unfamiliar and give you a bit of credibility with. Understood. Yeah, that's great. I like that you do. I mean, I feel like that's like not the most common thing to put it on there on the label. I think it's a great use of it. If you're winning these awards, you might as well like.
It's common in the wine industry, right? So it's not and for a lot of people who are new to craft beer, they go in and they don't know what to buy. So it's a good way to put ourselves on the map, and great for our brewing team to, it's great recognition for them. Just they put a lot of hard work into us.
That is a fantastic point, Catherine. That you're right. Wine always do. They always have bragging about getting this score in this thing and da da da. So it would only make sense. I mean, you guys are obviously entering all the right ones. These are all the reputable awards, particularly Canada Beer Cup now, being aligned with the CCBA as well, and all the provincial ones and stuff. That's really smart. Yeah, because I'm always curious to see how different folks feel about awards in general. We had the Canada Beer Cup folks on and sort of broke it all down and everything. I've been to a couple of different ones, and they're really fun, and I like the way that I like the way exactly it's like that what do you call it? Yeah, that sort of morale boost, I guess, sometimes as well. For like, brewing's a dirty job. It's mostly cleaning. It's pretty hard, and sometimes you might not feel as does anyone even really care we're doing all this stuff, and then you get something like that, and you kind of feel like, yeah, man, like it's making a difference, and people really care. So that's totally super fun. Yeah. So going back to the brewery itself, the actual what was the vision? Obviously the hop yard, which we've established was a big part of it, which is fantastic. As far as the brewery, on two sides of it. One, the actual in-person experience that you wanted to create, and then two, the actual sort of styles of beer that you're looking to deliver. Like, what was the sort of vision, and how did that all come about? I imagine the vision probably matched what you ended up doing, or did it? Actually, is that? I'm just going to mute Scott. Oh, it's not letting me mute him.
Scott is moving.
Yeah.
Hopefully he didn't fall off a chair or something like that.
Yeah, hope he's okay. Damn, Scott.
So
the vision.
I mean, one of the things that we did was very much mimic that of a winery. When we applied for our manufacturers by the glass license, we licensed the entire property. So you can walk around with one of our beers on our property. As Catherine mentioned, we've got 87 acres total. 33 are up top where the brewery and all the event stuff happens. That whole area is licensed. So you can walk around the property with a glass of our beer and walk through the hop yards, play cornhole. We've got, 7-8 sets of cornhole. We've got, giant Connect 4. We've got, fire pits where, we're open year round. So we got lots of stuff happening at any given time. And I think that's one of our points of difference with other breweries is that, they're set in, these four walls. We've got those four walls, and then we've got our backyard, if you will. So that gives us...
One of the things we wanted to do when we opened it was really become a gathering place. That was because we are in the middle of nowhere, and many people, when they saw us building this place, are saying, "What the hell are you guys doing?" And many times, Graydon, I thought about that. But it's, we're in the middle of nowhere, and just building a gathering place for people to come and hang out, and it's a home away from home. So just being able to, walk the property, enjoy it. It's that's what we've created, and I think that's the feeling people have when they come.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to build a farm-based brewery, which is a destination, then you definitely would want to create that and give people a lot of stuff to do. And yeah, if you're going to go take a day, particularly if you're coming from Toronto, for example, it's only an hour or so anyway, so it's not even that far. But if you're going to come up there, would be sick. Have a beer, walk around the hop yards that has those hops in it.
And one of the things we do that's different from wineries is that we let people walk the hop yards. Like we don't put ropes around it, where people are welcome to walk through, touch, feel, smell the hops. Like it's people are just fascinated. They have no idea that hops are a key ingredient to making beer. Right. Craig, one of the things that we opened during COVID, so you got to imagine we started brewing in January of 2020 with the plans of opening in March of 2020. So when COVID hit, we were like, you got to be kidding me. Like
after everything you've been through.
Yeah, we were just like, this is ridiculous. So we pivoted. We did whatever everybody did, and we went to curbside pickup, and we had to launch an e-commerce and a website and get cans, which there's supply chain issues, all those things. But the good news with all of our space is that because we had so much space, people we could let people come and they could gather at our place and have social distance. And it was in hindsight, it was phenomenal because everybody loved coming there because they could be outside. And we had lots of space for people to just hang out.
That's really cool. I was about to ask then. So because you had the space, the rules allowed you to, hey, Scott down from the phone. Could you spin it on the side if possible, brother? If that works. For the space, did you just have to people could only sit outside and they probably could plastic cups or something, and then just the tables had to be separated a bit more or something?
Glass, certain distance between space. I mean, every day was different. It was orange, yellow, green, how many people could be at a table max. Every day, literally, it was we had to regroup with the team. We had, plexiglass at the counter. We actually created our style of ordering, which is a beer hall style. Okay. So when people come to our place, they come in, they order, they take their drinks to the table, and then we deliver the food to the table. We don't have servers for food. So we've actually created that through COVID, and it made sense after. We said this works because we have so much space. People can now go take it to a picnic table. We built a beer garden that they could hang out in. Again, all through 2021, we were shut down for 6 months. The government shut everybody down. And we built a beer garden for people to hang out.
That's awesome. I mean, I guess that's like a blessing in disguise to a degree, as far as, you know, allowing you to come up with a new approach that suited the ever-changing rules, but then also end up serving you well moving forward. That's really cool.
Totally. Yeah.
Doesn't always work out that way, yeah. So that's great. I like that a lot. I'm just on the website. This building, so this actual building, if people go to the website or look up Quayle's, the main the main thing with the big spire and everything, that's what you guys built from scratch?
Yeah, that's built. So so Brian was a huge historian, and it's a recreation of a local historical barn in the area. It was built in the 1800s, and it was nicknamed the Musical Barn. The farmer's son used to go up to the top of the cupola and used to play the fiddle to all the workers in the field. We have a beer called Fiddle and Field, named after the fiddler in the top of the barn.
Okay. That is this is gorgeous. I just found actually on Google Maps is a sick video. Just Google, guys, like Quayle's Brewery, and you'll see this map. This video. I'm just trying to get a bit more of a gauge of it. It's like the outdoor area just looks so clean and so welcoming with all the beautiful like red umbrellas, and now the hop fields. This is sick. It's funny because it's always like a trip because there's some people in the video who have masks on. You're like, oh wow, it takes you back. Whenever you see masks on about you guys, you see you're like, whoa, okay. Yeah, that is so sick. Okay, so you guys built that from scratch. It's so sick. So in the winter time, obviously, because the main photo actually on the website is it looks gorgeous, covered in snow. There's what's the capacity indoors?
140. We have 2 floors inside, so the tap room, and then 2 floors upstairs.
Oh, plenty of space for people. Okay, does this obviously it slows down in the winter? Is it like dead, or is it pretty chill? You know, like some like Prince Edward County kind of like quietens down pretty heavily because the roads get quite dangerous and stuff out there in the winter. Is it like that at all, or do you still get a pretty steady stream?
I mean, we're conveniently located 8 minutes from Mount St. Louis Ski Resort, and Horseshoe Valley Ski Resort's not far away. Lots of snowmobile trails nearby.
Nice.
So we get lots of skiers. But definitely if you get a stormy day, it's gonna be quieter.
Gotcha.
You're not going to come out to the country on a stormy day, but we do a lot of events in the wintertime. We do like comedy and euchre and lots of things to bring people out. People are looking for something to do in the wintertime. Great
point. And you got that beautiful, it just seems so welcoming, so cool. Scott, you can hear everything. This is so much cleaner. You look great.
Yeah, I'm fully here again.
Yeah.
Yay.
Probably not even laggy at all. Yeah, it's great.
No, you're actually perfect, and you're way cleaner. Like it's actually brighter and crisper. Again,
well, I'm also leaning in really close to my phone, but
hey, I'm here for it. Okay, this is very dope. I just wanted to take a look as we were kind of like seeing it. So so back to that other question I had earlier. When you actually, Scott, when did you? So you guys aimed to open March 2020, obviously, as you just say, Catherine. When did you come on board, Scott? What month? Because I think we maybe didn't say that earlier.
Yeah, it was September 2019.
Oh shit! Okay, so you were there from open.
Yeah, got to brew the first beers. Definitely, yeah. I mean, I missed so much of the build out, but like my lead guy, Matt Starr, he was there years before me. He was putting up the walls himself. He was
that's awesome.
He was doing the grunt work.
Literally. Wow.
God, you guys really go through it, putting together physical space. I love it. I respect it so much. Okay, so when before sort of Scott came, the vision from you both and Brian, what did you want to offer as far as the styles of beer that you guys were going to produce? Like, was there like a vision? To me, if I'm looking at, I mean, I guess just the lineup of beers that we have now, it's very lager heavy, which is incredible. This is so good, by the way. This Rapau is so good. I love it so much. Was that a big part of it, or did you have like want a bit of everything? Like, was there sort of just like a bit of a vision for what you guys planned to do?
Well, I don't think there was a necessarily with all the shit that was going on in terms of things like Brian passing, as Kath mentioned, 8 more permits to get checked off the list, and this and that, and then everything else, not even COVID happening. That wasn't necessarily the main focus. It was truly going to be a discussion with the brewers, and when the work back schedule said we want to be open by March of 2020. Okay, when do we need to start brewing? December, January 2020, 1920.
Mm-hmm.
That's when the discussion would have happened, and that's when it did. And Scott's, will never say it himself, but he is such a goddamn versatile brewer. A lot of brewers you'll meet are, I like doing lagers, I like doing, ales, I like doing whatever, but Scott does them all, and he does them really well. So he'll never admit it, but take a bow, Scott.
I mean, it is really important when you're such a remote location, I think, to have something for everybody. Like, we're a big gathering spot, and we always want to be welcoming to everybody. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love in Toronto when you can like focus on one thing. I love going to breweries that just focus on lagers, just focus on hazies. But it doesn't make sense where we are. We really have to be something for everybody. And I think, I love having a little bit of everything. I don't always want a crispy. I don't always want a hazy. Gotcha. We're drinking a lot of Irish Stout right now because it's winter and it's delicious.
Absolutely. I love that. So was that kind of when you were thinking of, is it fair to say, Scott, that you essentially mapped out the beer program from the beginning then, based on when you started?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. It was probably more feeding off what people wanted. I mean, I felt like it made sense to like try and do a little bit of everything and see what people wanted. There's a couple of beers that I stick to, like our Saison, that it's not a great seller. It's just a beer that I really, really love. But other than that, I mean, it's always evolving. It's always dependent on what people are looking for. I mean, I don't brew for me, I brew for them. So
gotcha.
And to that point, Craig, I mean, the running joke is that the research that we did was we would look in the ditches on the side roads around the brewery to see what empties were hanging around there, to see what styles of beer we should be making.
That's incredible.
So, Busch Light, Bud Light, stuff like that along the way. We didn't see any fancy schmancy imported cans or micro cans in the ditches.
So there's a lot of macro lagers that you're like, all right, let's give them something good.
Absolutely. But, and that said, though, it's really, really cool to see how many, if we were a cult, how many people we've converted and how many people have come to the dark side, so to speak. And, they were Bud Light drinkers, and we try them on a Line 12, we try them on a Wright Bauer, and now they're coming in, and now they're trying something different. They're trying something a little bit more with a hoppier profile, and now they're coming in deeper and deeper, into the web.
I love that. Okay, that's actually really smart. I hadn't heard that before. Unless you're joking, actually, I can't tell.
No,
you're dead ass about the ditch?
Dead serious.
Okay.
Oh, no, dead serious about no.
That's amazing because you're deadpan. I was like, oh. If it was a joke, it's actually quite funny. But if you're serious, that's fire. I love it. Either way, that worked out well for you, dude. That's so cool. So when you guys opened in March 2020, what were the beers that you started with?
The Lucky Seven.
Do you remember
different beers, or was a
shit? Bear versus Croc, Line 12, Bauer.
New Normal.
New Normal. Good name.
We had cabin fever in there too.
Rumpy.
Cabin fever. Rumpy, yeah,
Rumpy.
We had Rumpy. We had some.
Plum
some
sour.
names were, Plum sour was
Chute was in there.
Big Shoe was in there.
What were the other styles? So the Westie, the German Pilsner, the Helles,
a Canadian Pilsner,
the plum sour. You said. Yep.
And the Helles Lager.
The Saison was in there, and I think it was the coffee porter.
Coffee porter, interesting. Love that. Okay. And then from there, did you was that like, all right, that's a pretty decent range of stuff to start with. Let's see what people gravitate towards, and then kind of doubled down
Yeah,
on?
exactly. I mean, from there, there was a lot more completely different beers that we then released. Like we did a pale ale and we did Goza. Not everything hit. The Goza in particular didn't hit. It really was. There was a lot of feeling out. We had 14 taps to work with. I think we started with like 5 IPAs, and it was definitely too many. We ended up paring it down to 2. But 1 fruit sour, and now we have pretty much 2 fruit sours all the time. And yeah, there was definitely less lagers as well, but we were trying to figure out how we can keep up with making so many lagers. But now we pretty much always have 5 lagers on tap.
Nice. Is that from demand?
Yeah, definitely demand.
Sick. Do you guys think that, is that just come from you guys do lagers exceptionally well, or is it just like that's the palate of the clientele?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a little bit, like lagers are very trendy right now as well. But I think more than anything, it's what our locals want to drink. I mean, most of them had never had a craft beer before we opened up. It had been around for a long time, but it just had never like resonated with them. It was never something they felt like they needed to have really until they had a local one, right? That's kind of what the craft beer movement, I feel like, to me is all about, is like being the local beer for the local consumer. And yeah, I mean, they drank lagers, they knew what lagers were, they liked them. So yeah, that's definitely how I think it happened for sure.
Okay. That makes sense. So what about you guys specifically caused people to be interested in craft beer? And I guess I'm saying that I imagine within a decent circumference there wasn't a craft brewery until you guys opened to convince locals to even want to try. Was it just like you guys opened and like,
well, Barry and Aurelia had craft breweries, so there were some in the area, but I think we were definitely in the country.
Right.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, like Sawdust is very close to us. Flying Monkey's very close, but it's still, people just don't get exposed to craft beer unless they're on top of it sometimes,
Yeah. What made the difference with you guys? Was it because it was if you're in a smaller community and then you're building this sort of big, beautiful space and a building that looks like that, is that kind of getting the attention of the locals? Like, oh, what's this all about? Oh, these local people who you probably know a lot of the folks there, I guess, as well, being that the generations deep, are building this space. This is pretty cool. And even if they didn't know nothing about beer, like you look at it, it's just like, damn, I just want to go there, regardless of what they sell. Was it just like the fact it was just kind of like cool and they just wanted to go because it was pretty and it looked like fun? Just curious what's inspiring people to try it in communities that typically haven't.
I think COVID was the first thing, right? Remember everybody, nobody had places to go. So we definitely attracted a lot of people during COVID.
Gotcha.
And you could, walk the property and things like that. But, we had to basically start again after COVID, because who our customers were during COVID weren't necessarily going to be our customers after COVID.
How so?
Well, a lot of people who, everybody who had stayed local, they went back to traveling and all of a sudden could go to sporting events. And all of a sudden now it wasn't so much, but we were the only thing we could do for a long time during COVID. And then all of a sudden, it was a great opportunity for us to introduce craft beer to a lot of people who may not have, it was more about the experience in that destination originally because it was COVID. Right. And then they taste great beer and it becomes a gathering place and so on and so on.
It's a bit of a captive audience in the beginning, but you also got to remember, I mean, as you said, hey, wow, really cool looking building. Hey, really cool looking property. But you could be a one and done, right? You got to have a great atmosphere. You got to have great beer. You got to have, great food. You got to have great stuff for people to want to come back, right? Because if not, I tried it out. It was okay, but I'm never going back, right? So it always is. Our collective goal is, Scott's always coming up, with creative new styles of beer. Kath and I are always talking about what can we do next to do interesting things to get people to come back and get our regulars to come back in and be that, as we say, the local community gathering hub.
And we rotate our taps. So our taps, that's the nice thing, is that nobody gets bored of our taps because there's always something new to try. They get to come in and there's always a variety of styles. And so if you're a hazy lover, there's always a good hazy. There could be a session IPA. Like, it's just, there's always a variety of things to try, which people love. And they're all great. Scott, every beer Scott makes is awesome.
So far, I agree wholeheartedly. And I imagine as we continue, which is probably a nice little segue, what shall we do next there, Scotty?
Well, should we have gold? It's another crispy.
You told me about this one.
Yeah. This is now that I can actually talk to you.
Welcome back, Scott.
Welcome back. Great to have you, buddy.
Thanks,
so
guys.
we were this is the one beer you told me about because you didn't know if Graydon gave me this beer for the pod,
right?
At the OCB, and because you were like, this is the, I was like, okay, let me go home. I remember texting him like, yes, okay, we have it.
Yeah, this is our Australian style beer, even though it's it's a Canadian beer now. But I want to at least bring you something Australian. We made 3 Australian beers this year. This is the one we had around while
what else
around now. So,
what were the other Aussie beers?
We did a sparkling ale, and
nice.
yeah. It was actually it was good. It sold much better than I thought it was. It would, and
did you have to?
It was really tasty. And we did a Pacific ale as well, which
nice little stoner wood. Beautiful. So this one is called Gold, and this is a 3.5 mid-strength lager, which is such a I drank beer in Australia a pretty reasonable amount, but I got into it like in Canada for the most part. And this whole concept of a mid-strength beer, it's like a newer thing in Canada, but in Australia, it's like my dad and my uncles and grandfather and everything, they always used to drink Cascade from Tasmania, Cascade Light, which was like 2 or 2.5% growing up.
Yeah.
At barbecues or whatever. And I was like, that shit sucks. And then
so that's why this is mid-strength, because it's not light beer. It's not a 2.5% beer. It's 3.5% beer.
3.5, which is just like it's.
But suddenly the term is catching on here. I've noticed more and more people are starting to use it as a expression. I think it maybe means something more than session. That 3.5% kind of makes sense for people. For me, I mean, I drank Gold. So Queensland Forex Gold, it's a thing. It's a beer that Forex makes, and they sell it internationally. And it was just it always came up. It's the sort of beer that your dad would give you when you're underage and be like, "Do your worst." It's 3.5%. You can't get yourself into trouble on 3.5% beer.
You could drive.
And when I worked in the mining industry for a bit, so we always had a rule, like if you drink 10 Golds before 10 o'clock, you'll always wake up in the morning and not blow over. So it's just it's a very safe beer to drink. It's a responsible beer, and I think definitely around the brewery, like everyone in the brewery, this is what we drink. Because I mean, the brewery's in a remote spot, and if we want to have a beer after work, this one makes sense.
It's popular on the golf courses too. Been really popular.
That would make sense because golf is a volume game.
Don't you wish you could actually put a sticker on it that says, you can operate heavy machinery after consuming 10 of these beers?
Maybe light machinery. I don't know.
Medium or mid-strength machinery.
Yeah, I mean, on a golf course, you're always looking to like plateau. You want to hit that point where you're playing better, but then not go past it. Gold.
Yeah. I saw a skit on that on Reels recently. There's these that dude. What's his fucking name? Frenchie or something? Aussie dude. The comedian guy who does all his shoeies and he's got a mullet and stuff. And they had a thing where it was like the 4 beer zone, and he was playing pool and he was kicking ass, and then someone brought him a shot, and then he started not being there. So there's just like that zone. Yeah, it just keeps you right in it. With that,
if there's money on the line, you need to be drinking Goldies, the middies.
See, you'd be sweet. Oh wow, that's great.
So much flavor.
Yeah, for 3.5, that's insane. What are the what's the ingredients in this one? What's the hops going on in here?
It's an all Canadian malt bill, actually. Just mostly country malt, mix of Pilsner and pale ale malt.
Okay.
We use it's 100% farm grown hops. We use Willamette for the bittering in this one, just because we brew the right amount and grow the right amount of Willamette. That it kind of makes sense. But yeah, like it is about being easy drinking. You know, it's about trying to recreate kind of what Line 12 is, but in that lower alcohol state. So it's more malty, but it just holds up. It's good. It's refreshing.
I love it. It's what was there another hop after Willamette? So the Willamette was bittering.
No, straight Willamette. Yeah.
Oh, for the whole time. All right. I love it. Yeah, this is like, I think that was always the thing. Whenever I go back to Australia and you'd be, I don't know, at the footy or something, and you're stuck in this like the midstream, because a lot of craft I don't see it as much. So you drink them like I don't know. It's fine. I just never like nothing really sort of worked for me like that. And this is fantastic. I love low ABV beers with like tons of flavor. It's fantastic. Is this? I haven't had 4X in. I probably maybe had it once or twice because I'm from Victoria, so we got different shit.
There's some rivalry there. We don't drink each other's beer for very good reasons.
Yeah, because they're both equally bad, I would say, as far as the macro stuff. Is this like? Is it more like a cute little dedication from an Aussie in Canada, or is there some sort of actual parallels between 4X Gold and this at all?
No, I mean, I think I really tried to make it Canadian. Like, I wanted to bring the concept of 4X Gold and make it Canadian. So, it's actually the only beer that's 100% Canadian ingredients. And I mean, it's not 4X Gold. 4X Gold is blonde and tastes more like a bud, really. And I think this has a lot more flavor. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. That's what I assumed as much here, just because I was like, this can't possibly be sharing many characteristics with that beer because this is actually fire. Yeah, this is fantastic, and this kind of makes sense in the lineup. Like it's yet another. I actually quite enjoy having multiple lagers back to back to show the depth of how different they all can be. And these three beers are very, very different. I really like. I mean, because Line 12 became such a behemoth, like it's the big beer of ours. That I find the other two kind of like walk the line on either side of that, like the low alcohol and the like easy drinking but malty versus the stronger hoppier version. And in the year we had, I don't know if the ice storm came up. We had a pretty terrible year. The ice storm, we were shut down for a month. We ran out of Line 12 for the first time, I think, since we opened. So on tap we had Gold and Bauer, but we didn't have Line 12 for several weeks there. And it was, they both just sort of stepped up. Everyone either drank one or the other, and it just hit for people for different reasons, yeah. So okay, when was this ice storm? I don't recall.
April.
We didn't talk about it, Scott. So go ahead.
Yeah, we had a year.
Yeah.
I mean, winters up here, they're a lot sometimes. We had a really challenging winter, and then it was capped off with this ice storm that rolled through it. It was right around 0 degrees, so it was April, and it just rained, and everything turned to ice on the ground. We lost. I mean, our backyard had 7 trees, and we had half a tree left by the end of it. And so you can imagine trees falling down just meant power lines were spaghetti everywhere. It was to
top it off, we got struck by lightning, which is
and then the brewery, while we had no power, got struck by lightning.
The brewery did the top thing.
Well, the property. So I mean, yeah, the tap room and the brewery, the building got struck by lightning, and so we got a massive power surge.
And that put you out for a bit?
That fried a lot of our equipment. And then, so we were without power for 12 days. And then when the power came on, we were all excited that, yay, the power's back on. And then Scott went to the brewery, and because we use a lot of power inversion there, he's, lack of a better term, flipping on switches and nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. And he realizes that the inverter, the converter, I should say, got fried during that, which according to the manufacturer wasn't supposed to happen.
Should never happen.
Very
But it
atypical.
did. Yes. Anyways,
we were shut down for a month.
Damn. So just like you couldn't have anybody in, you couldn't produce anything.
Yeah, exactly. It was our boiler and glycol, which meant we couldn't heat and we couldn't chill. So that was everything.
Did you lose anything that was in tanks?
We lost one tank. It was just a small one. It was a smoked lager that was actually beautiful. We rebrewed it and it was really nice. But the original beer we brewed the day before, and it went from 10 degrees to 20 in a couple of days, and it was rough.
Damn, that sucks. And is that like, I mean, I was in Montreal for 10 years, I think I mentioned earlier. So like the winters there were horrendous, and I love being in Hamilton now with the winters are very soft in comparison. So it sounds like that up there, that's Montreal bad, where you just get crazy snowstorms and just sort of, it's just generally colder than say Toronto or around the lake.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison, right now, you look outside your door, you probably got 0 snow on your ground outside your house or outside your place, right?
Melted today. I'm at 1 degree right now.
So I think up to this point in time, if Scott opens his window right now, he's probably still got, from what he shoveled aside, foot and a half of snow.
Yeah, foot and a half. We have proper snowbanks right now. It's wild.
Okay, and that's always like that up there?
Yeah, between Barry and Aurelia,
The last couple
of years for sure. Yeah, last couple of years for sure. It
great
sucks.
for ski hills.
Oh shit! Because you're near the ski hills. You said like 8 minutes. Yeah. Okay, so that's like just a runoff from being near mountains. Is that
well, Georgian
let's
Bay.
use the mountains carefully. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know a ton about it. Okay, that makes sense. That sucks. I hate this. I hate the snow. It sucks. I don't know.
It feels like you're battling the weather up here.
Well, I'm from a cold place. You're still from somewhere warm. You're from Florida, essentially. People don't know what Queensland is because you mentioned that earlier. So people always think all of Australia is Queensland. Like, no, I'm from near Antarctica, my guy. Melbourne gets to I think it snows down there now. Last I heard, it didn't snow growing up, and I think it does now. It gets below 0.
Wow.
So winter, one of my girlfriend's close friends, fucking marrying a bloody Aussie guy, and they're doing a wedding in July in Melbourne, and I think we have to go. Shouts to her, but why are you doing it in Melbourne in July when we get no? She's from Canada. I'm like, no time here, and then you got to go to Melbourne in the middle of the fucking winter. God damn it. I'm just thinking about it, but it's like, no, it's interesting. So it's like the adjustment at first. I don't know about you, Scott, but when I first came, because Vancouver's maybe different, but I came to Toronto first and then Montreal. So I love the snow. The snow was the coolest thing in the world. And then after I think my 4th winter, I was like, yeah, I'm done. That's enough. It's been like 15 years now. So I'm like, yeah, that's these winters, it's not fun. I used to just be like enamored by the snow and stuff. So it would have been actually really cool to be. I remember going up to Collingwood after a couple months of moving here. I'm like, yo, this is so sick. Like jumping out of a jacuzzi into snowbanks and then scrambling back in. It was like that. What is it? The cold plunge, essentially, before cold plunge. That was fire. And then I wouldn't do that now. Couldn't catch me, mate.
Yeah, I was 10 years in Vancouver, and Vancouver.
Yeah,
Vancouver's mild. If you want the snow, you
England,
just go up the hill, and then you can come back, and it's drizzly, and the weather's not amazing, but it was a much easier stepping stone. I don't think I could have done Aurelia if I hadn't done 10 years in Vancouver for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. So then Aurelia, I've never been there, but I've heard a million things about. I've been to Barrie a few times. Are they those? Was that where a lot of the local clientele, particularly, we're filming this in December, so would it be the majority of the people that are coming from Barrie and Aurelia through there?
All
or
over.
Are they actually from all over?
All over Midland, Barrie, Aurelia. I mean, all sort of a halo around our place.
Okay, how far is Midland from you?
About a half hour. 20 minutes,
30 minutes.
20 to 30 minutes. We'll get people that come from Wasaga Beach, Collingwood, they'll come down our way too. More so in the summer, less so in the winter because the roads are less shitty.
Yeah, the roads are definitely a feature there. Okay, that's
Midland, Aurelian, Barrier, 20, 30 minutes, all of them.
Which is pretty close, all things considered, in that area. Okay, that's amazing. With the capacity for the outside in the summer, I imagine then because the whole place is licensed, is there like a limit on how many people can come through in the summer and hang out? Or is it like just based on seats, like how many tables is there? I'm just curious. It's like,
yeah, I mean, we've got lots of picnic tables and outdoor seating for people to come in, and you know, a lot of people going up north to cottages or camping in Algonquin or what have you, or just road tripping. They'll stop in. We're pet friendly, so you can let your dog out and, you know, relieve it and give it some exercise, etc. So we've got lots of room to accommodate people to hang.
That's great.
Family friendly. A lot of people think they can't bring kids and they play cornhole, hang out. It's great.
That is great. We have a dog, and I think dogs, I don't have any kids, but I see a lot of people bitching about kids at breweries, but I love seeing it because it shows that like parents are like feel comfortable bringing kids there, because what are they going to do? It's 2 p.m. and you're going to go to a bar. You know, you can go to a brewery and feel comfortable and stuff like that. And I love it when they're dog friendly because everyone's nicer to us when we have our dog with us, I find. So it's really cool.
It is kind of funny though, because people say, some of our regulars have been chastised in the past because why are you taking your 7-year-old son to a brewery? Like you're exposing him to alcohol.
Okay.
And my rebuttal to that is that, would you take your 7-year-old son to Boston Pizza and have pizza and a beer there?
Same thing.
The answer is probably yeah. And that's exactly it. Same thing, right? It's like, so just because we got the name brewery after us, why should that put us in a different light?
Great point. Couldn't agree more. Speaking of that, actually, Graydon, I was going to ask you guys about your food program, because obviously people coming to a destination brewery like yourselves, the food is definitely a big thing. Can you guys speak to sort of just what you had done for the food? I'm just cruising through the menu, looking at that now. It looks pretty. It's very interesting and maybe abnormal in the best possible way.
I'll take that as a compliment.
No, it's a fantastic compliment. I'm seeing stuff like Montreal smoked meat sandwich, like the big ass flatbreads, like a chickpea wrap, which is a clam chowder. What are we in Boston? Like, fuck yeah. Like, so I mean,
interestingly enough, when we first started, this is pre-COVID business plan. Food was part of it, but not a huge part of it. Beer was the main focus of it. Have great beer and then have some nice food as an accompaniment. And we quickly realized that coming through COVID, that we were viewed as not as a pub brewery, but as a gathering place / restaurant. So our menu quickly evolved into something more than pub grub. So hence you see what you see. We have a summer menu. Excuse me. We have a summer menu. When we built the property, our kitchen was not meant to have things like a range hood for grease. So that's why we don't have dishes like that in the wintertime. But in the summertime, we have an outdoor trailer that has all of this stuff for grease suppression. And we offer things like fries and smash burgers and fish tacos.
Here for it. I love it.
We're famous for our smash burgers in the summertime, and great all local food too that we're aiming to we're Feast On certified, so that we want to make sure we're trying to represent as much buy as local as possible, including our big garden we have on the property.
Okay, what are you growing in the garden?
Oh gosh, kale, lots of veggies, herbs, peppers, a lot of supplements for our summer menu.
Okay. We do, and hot peppers specifically. So Chef Dan makes his own hot sauce.
And we have a spicy smash burger.
That is
So
making me hungry, guys. That's
Yeah.
amazing. Just looking at these photos, everything looks glorious. When you said, what was the certified thing you said, Catherine?
Feast on. So that's
Feast on.
both. It's a certification for both food and beverage. So at least 50% of your ingredients have to be local, which we do on the food side, and then obviously on the beverage side, we are way over the 50%. Many of our we're also Brew On certified, which is a certification on you'll see on the cans that we're 100%. Quayle's Gold is a Brew On 100%, showing that it's 100% hops from our own farm. So there's different certifications, again, supporting local ingredients. All in this case, those are hops that are coming from our own property.
So I've never heard of that. So it's like an organization that sort of certifies the locality of your ingredients, whether it's
So Brew On is a program that was developed by the Ontario Hop Growers Association. And so that seal is something that was created to let brewers, primarily Ontario brewers, use if they purchased hops through members of the Ontario Hop Growers, and then different levels. There's the 50% and the 100% level.
Okay, and that's
Feast On
is a food.
Feast On from a Culinary Alliance. Yeah.
Okay, but I guess it's aligned in some way based on the names and whatever. Okay. That's really cool. And when it's the Feast On is 50%, so that means you've really gone to just local farms to be able to secure any produce, meat, all that type of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's amazing. I love that. Do you because I learned about that a lot in Vermont. Like Vermont have a lot of like farm to table stuff where they would, and I hadn't really seen it in places before, where say you go to this one place specifically would have like here's all the farms where the cheese is from, and here's the farm where the beef's from, and stuff like that. Do you sort of have like strong partnerships and that you sort of, I guess, promote each other, or sort of there's like a real strong alliance with different other businesses locally?
Absolutely. I mean, we do that in many ways. So on the food side, so a lot of our beef, so smash burgers is one of our key ingredients. We have 3 smash burgers in the summertime.
Okay.
And all of that beef comes from Leadbetters, which is local. So 100% beef that comes local, that is delivered. But we're aiming to support any of our local partners. But we do that even from events we have. We rely on a lot of local partners for events. So we have some of those events catered, or local florist, or local photographers. So we're trying to promote and help support local businesses. And even we do markets. So we have a spring, summer, and winter market on our property. And we support lots of local vendors. They're all local businesses. So we'll have anywhere from 40 to 60 vendors that will showcase their goods and really try and help support local.
That's a big market, 40 to 60. That's not small. That's cool.
Yeah.
And that's over two different weekends, and each weekend has got different vendors. So in essence, we've got, up to 100 different vendors.
Damn. So you really are the gathering place, eh?
Mm-hmm. We try.
Yeah. I love that. That's so dope. So you said 87 acres. I don't know. My girlfriend and I are pretty obsessed with land at the moment, which is what you're doing is the coolest thing that I could possibly think of. I don't think there's anything cooler than having land and building a business on it and doing. So it was about 12 acres of hops, which is really, because I didn't have any. I'm a city kid, I guess. Probably same as you, Scott. As far as, so I don't have any fucking idea what an acre is. We're at a park recently here in Hamilton. I just hit up ChatGPT. I'm like, yo, how big is this park? And it said it was 10 acres. I was like, oh, right. So this is what 10 acres looks like. So I kind of starting to try and understand just volume. So I'm like, that it wasn't small.
Do we go metric? It's 2.5 acres is a hectare.
Oh, that means nothing to me, dude. But that's to know.
Hectares, you know really well, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Off the top of my head, no, I've got zero idea of what any. I couldn't tell you what an acre is. I have not. Just like, people can look at something, you can gauge. I don't even know how big my property. I have no idea. It'd be a fraction of an acre, obviously. But I'm in Hamilton here. But so 12 acres of hop. So I have a bit of a gauge of what that looks like. The the brewing, so the area, because it looks like it's pretty well, which I really love, like surrounded by trees, and then you've got the beautiful building with the spire and everything, and then the patio, if you want to call it that, I guess, or the outdoor area. And that looks like it's like a clearing as such, probably with the car park and things like that. Is that?
Well, and all the hop yards are around it. So the brewery's in the middle,
surrounds it.
and we have the
Okay.
beer garden and space, and then
Beer garden.
the hop yards are all around it.
That's the 12 acres surrounds the thing. Okay. And then what else is on the property? So that'd be, I mean, the actual brewery and the beer garden, everything is probably only a couple acres, I would imagine, if I'm relatively okay. Okay. And then you got the 12 acres of hop yards, and that still leaves 60 odd, maybe more acres. Is it just like bush or whatever, like tree?
It is bush, and that's exactly where Kath was talking earlier. So it's really kind of swampy land, and what grows really well in swampy conditions are eastern white cedars, and eastern white cedars are a wonderful wood to use for things like hydro poles and hop trellises, because they deteriorate really, really slowly. So we're not arborists or botanists by any stretch of the imagination, but back in the day, we went down to the bush and harvested over 1,000 poles that were the right diameter, the right height, that were nice and straight. They weren't hockey sticks. They didn't fork in the middle. And that's what we used to create our hop trellis with. So we went down and select harvested those trees.
Wow. So y'all are really like living off the land type shit. That's so fire. Are there other things that you guys have been either doing or wanting to do? Because I feel like you're in a very like privileged, in a beautiful position where you have all this space and so sick that you're able to harvest your own trees off your own land to create the infrastructure for your hop fields. Are there other things that you've been wanting to do? Like, I don't know, like an apiary, honey and stuff, or like anything cool like that you can kind of.
Well, we have some of our property that we use for events. So we have a big area in the back that we have a big tent, 40 by 60, and we host weddings and big events out back. That was in our original hop yard, the nursery.
Okay.
But we're just like this, we're putting in snowshoe trails right now for people to come and use our property. We have fire pits outside. So if you don't ski, if you don't snowmobile, you can come and snowshoe on the property. So lots of things like that.
That's so cool. Is there anything else that you can do? Like, are you restricted by, like you're saying, a bit swampy? Is it sort of like only maybe there's a portion of the land you can't even kind of open up to do other things with?
That's about 54 acres is what we kind of don't touch right now.
Okay.
We don't. We got enough stuff to do, but it's funny though, because we are in the fortunate position to have land to do stuff, and trust me, everybody's got what's the how does the expression go? Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. Mm-hmm. People, you should put in beach volleyball courts. We've had suggestions as to kids' playgrounds,
hotels,
pickleball courts.
Hotels,
tiny homes. Exactly. Tiny home Airbnbs, right? So no shortage of ideas, but you know what? They got to make sense, and that's why we collectively stop and think about them, and what's the long term benefit to doing this.
Okay.
First couple of years, we made a skating rink, so people could come skate, which is great. But then, we had a couple of soft winters, and we have a liner on it, and people would puncture the liner.
Pain in the ass to make.
Right, and then the water drips through it, and it's hooped. Right, so this year we're trying snowshoe trails because there's no liners involved. We don't have to worry about the weather. We don't have to worry about shit, right? So as long as it snows, which last couple of years, not an issue, you can muck around. And I think, we've got a 1.5 and 2 kilometer trail that you can do.
That's cool. That's fun though. That's like a nice way to sort of build in like a winter activity for those who want to partake in stuff like that. Can you still grab a beer and like cruise through?
For sure.
Yeah,
if you want to, absolutely.
We also partner with a local business that has horse wagon rides, so they'll bring the horses over, and great for kids. And you can grab a beer, get on the wagon ride, and enjoy the property.
That's awesome, man. So much. I love it. I love hearing about it. I know it's very inspiring to me. I think it's just so cool that you got that. And it's like the potential is like, even if there's a trillion ideas right now, like you're just like, no. You never know. Someone might have a good idea, or you guys might come up with something that you at least you have the freedom and the sort of you're in the position to be able to, like, if you want to move on something and add something to the offerings, like you can do it. I know that's just so cool to me. I think it's amazing. Good for y'all, man.
Hey, Craig, your beer's looking kind of low. Is it time for another one?
I was about to say, you're very observant.
Sorry,
You're very observant.
Did I steal your thunder there, man?
I know I told you in the beginning I would be delighted if you would suggest the next one. What are we thinking, folks? Scotty?
I don't know. Scott's probably dying for Hayloft.
What do you feel like, Craig? I think this one's your choice.
There you go.
Okay. Let me be the beer I've been looking forward to all night, and I think it might be time, is the Fest beer.
All right.
Oh,
I mean, it's the
my
last
favorite,
crispy left.
my
So.
favorite. Oh,
Your favorite, Catherine? You're a woman of taste, I could tell.
Love it.
There's nothing greater, I don't think. It's my favorite time of year. It's probably a lot of people's favorite time of year. And I was absolutely stoked to see that this was in the lineup. So this is the Oktoberfest Lager, 5.5%. Tell us about it. I also think it's always so funny to me, like packaged in August. It's just like, I guess you have to for Fest beer. I just think it's so funny. Fest beer is coming out when it's 35 degrees. It's very funny. Talk to me.
No, for sure. I mean, yeah, we're brewing it so early in the year in order to have it ready for the right time of year as well.
Yeah.
It's always like that scary time of year when you're brewing your Fest beer. Like, oh, it's not this time of year already. Is it? Summer's just begun.
Yeah. When do you actually brew it to make it ready for that?
Yeah. I mean, this year we did a fairly big batch of it, so we wanted to release it for at least the beginning of September. I think it was even like mid-August that we went to release it. So yeah, it was like June probably that we actually brewed it.
June. Damn, it must be weird. But okay, so this is looking like is this more of a Marzen than a Fest beer, or a bit of a mix?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really it strides the lines between the two. Like Fest beer is like usually so blonde. It's not as blonde as that, and it's a little lighter going than a Marzen. Yeah, just kind of walks the line, and like is just a nice malty beverage that it's a little bit stronger, and reminds people it's that time of year.
Which is just look at it. Gosh, this is gross.
It's definitely one of the most anticipated beers at the brewery. We find people really get behind this one, but then as soon as October is done, people know. When you release it in August, people know it's too early for Oktoberfest, and when you have it in November, people are like, well.
I imagine it sells
during that month of October and the last couple of weeks of September. People they fire up about this beer. It's great.
They get excited. Look, I think that's accurate. They should get excited about it. How quick does this one move out the door for you guys? Does it get pretty go through it pretty quick?
It is. It's real good. Yeah. So we don't actually have any other beers, I think, that we brew. So we didn't go over it, I don't think. But our brewery, we have two systems. We have one that does 8 hec batches, like 800 liter batches, and then one that does 3 to 7,000 liter batches. And so this one, we've always done the small batches, and we can never keep up. Like we always go back to back, but it's a lager, so you can just never brew enough of it. So this year we did a big batch of it, which is why we released it earlier, and then we still have like a couple of cans kicking around now. But it flies in the middle. Yeah, that October period, people they love it.
I'm not surprised at all. Yeah, I was really happy to see it because I think when was OCB, like end of November, early November,
beginning of November, yeah,
beginning of November. So It's almost like you're sort of lucky. I guess it explains that you need a big batch. Otherwise, that was like, I was like, yes, because I knew we were doing it this late, and it's not all. These beers kick on. I wish they were year round. There's nothing better to me than this style of beer. This is beautiful. The it's got to be like a really nice amber, and I see what you're saying because they are quite blonde, which actually surprised me after having some of the actual German fest beers. They're like surprisingly, they don't taste it, but they look very, very blonde, as you mentioned. Whereas the Mertzens or Martzen, if you want to be Australian about it, are like this kind of nice amber color. But I see what you're saying because it's not as like toasty or intensely malty caramel as perhaps a Martzen is. So I can see what you mean, that it is definitely like straddling that middle ground right there.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a fest beer. It's not a Marzen. It's an Oktoberfest.
Hey man, I'm here for it. What are the hops in this one?
Again, it's all farm hops. So it would be probably Centennial for bittering. It's usually Centennial. We have a lot of it, and I don't love Centennial for flavor, so I use it for bittering. And I think it's the same as line 12, actually, like that kiss of triple pearl, just to give it a little bit of depth,
What was the first one again?
Centennial.
Oh, it's just Centennial and triple pearl.
Yep.
Okay,
yeah, I think it's the same as line 12.
Yeah, perfect.
So this is the. Sorry. Go ahead, Craig.
No, please.
So this is the first year. So what Scott hasn't said is that every year we brew more and more of it, and because of the demand, and this is the first year that we actually put it in the 473 cans. And brewed bigger batches of it. So that's why we still have a few cans left. Or if we had stayed to historical brew volumes and things like that, it would have been gone a long time ago. Right. But one of the other things that you should get Scott to talk about is being a hops farm. One of the things that we do at the same time that Keller Door comes out are our fresh hop beers.
Oh, you do them? Okay, talk to me. Fuck.
Yeah,
of course you do those. Of course you do.
I love
exactly.
I do.
Dude, tell me about it. I think that's the best time of year, both for the two best things, the fresh hop beers and then the Oktoberfest beers.
It's literally on
exactly.
Christmas.
Yeah.
we take over the taps. We take a lot of our core beers these days. We always do one that's like special fresh hop beer, start to finish. And then, but we just like to take our core beers, especially Right Bauer and Big Chute. We just load them up with fresh hops. It's a lot easier than pelletizing hops, for one. The more we can use at the brewery itself when they're coming fresh off, the better. But it just, I don't know. I love fresh hop beers. I think it's such a great time of year. Especially when you're a hop farm. Every day that time of year, I'm out in the fields. I'm smelling the hops. I'm getting amongst it, and to like the smell of the hop yards, to bring that and put it in a glass for people, I think is really cool. I think it's maybe even more volatile, like timing wise, than even a fest beer. Fest beer, you can almost get 2 months out of it. The fresh hop beers, people know they know when we release them, and once they're 2 weeks old, they're not fresh anymore. They're done.
I've heard they're more.
So we do limited runs, but we try and like take over the taps when we do it.
So what do you do fresh hops in? Like literally every style?
Yeah, I mean we do like to play around with anything that takes a bit of hops, right?
Okay. So
we've never done it with line 12. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I've never done it with Keller Door, but anything that's hoppy, like we always do it with our Saison, which is the Hoppy Saison. That's a lovely one. We used our Sriracha Ace, which Graydon mentioned, so it's like billy and lemony, very nice. Chute always gets some. We always do a pale ale. We always do a hazy pale. Sometimes a hazy IPA. We've done some fresh hop sours. That's kind of neat. It's definitely different, but.
What would be all of your favorite, all three of you guys, your favorite fresh hop beers then? Being that there's so many that you do. Like, do you all have like a fave that's like, oh, that's the money?
I mean, mine is the Fresh Hop Saison, string and twirl. It's we get such a small run of Sriracha. It does not grow well in Ontario.
Okay.
It's this Japanese hop. I don't know if you know it, but it's got it's very strong dill.
Lemongrass. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have to go out and hand pick it because like it's not worth trying to feed it through the it's hand picked, but these tiny cones that we get off them, and they're just like bursting with lupulin. So we don't need much in order to make that beer sing, and it's a special thing. We get 1 keg a year, and it's really good.
It's glorious. Okay, Catherine, do you have a fave?
I like the big Chute, so we'll do that. We'll do that in the fresh hops. That's the West Coast IPA we're going to have shortly. It's one of my favorites.
We call that one. We call that one bullshoot. So all of our names. So this is the double entendre. Raised on a vine is a vine is it's not a vine, it's a vine for hops, as you know, but a lot of people don't. Bullshoot is the first hop, the first shoot that comes out of the ground that sort of sets the path for the rest of the plant during the course of the year. And the one that I like is string and twirl. So that is what you do when the plant comes out of the ground. You string it and you twirl it around. Sorry, Scott, was your string and twirl, or was it raised on a vine?
Yeah, it was string and twirl too. It's a good beer.
Sorry, raised on a vine. So those are the three different ones. If you had to ask me, my stand pat answer is, do I have a favorite child? No. But I have a least favorite child. But all of our fresh hop beers have got sort of this double entendre name with something to do with hop growing.
That's
and right Bauer, we have left Bauer, so we're talking about the strongest.
Okay, except that one. Except that one.
Yeah. So you've got right Bauer is the strongest card, and left Bauer is the second strongest. So we do.
And that's the fresh hop version of that. Oh, I can only imagine. Okay, so on average, how many would you? I mean, I think you've mentioned about 5 different ones just now, very briefly.
Yeah, we try to do 5, and then we've got the fest beer, and then usually the fruit sours. We've been trying to do some fresh fruit as well, as opposed to the usual packaged fruit. So it's almost half of our taps that are taken over that time of year by harvest beers.
Oh. When you do the fruits, I imagine they're not grown on your farm, but super locally.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Barry Hill Farms we usually go to. They're fantastic. Okay. They've got lots of great berries.
Okay, so a lot of berry type of. Would it be like either like stone fruit, like peaches or apricots, nectarines, or something like that, or is it?
Yeah, that's a little further south. That's more like in the Niagara region.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so we get like they do raspberries really well, blackberries.
That's sick. I mean, honestly, they're probably better for the fresh sours,
and they go a long way. They're easy to process.
Okay, so you have something that you sort of touched on briefly about palletizing hops. I didn't even consider your 12 acres of hops here. You are actually processing the hops. So we
harvest them. Yeah.
So you harvest them and then you palletize everything.
We don't pelletize them on site. So we actually have an oast house. So we harvest, we dry. We store, and then 2 weeks after the harvest is done, we take it down to another hop grower down in Simcoe, Ontario, not Simcoe County, where we pelletize it. So I'll take a case of beer down, and we'll make a day out of it. Should only probably take half a day, but we'll make a day out of it.
Best way to do it, man. Okay,
Absolutely.
That's so sick. So the reason you would do that is I imagine that having all the palletizing equipment is an insane investment and probably not worth it. And it's just easier to tap into someone who already has it.
Yes, and yes.
Amazing. The other thing that kind of struck me, because once again, I didn't, I'm really thinking of Quayle's as a brewery, and I didn't understand the extent of the hop farm, the hop side of it before this, which is fantastic. Do you make enough to sell to others, or do you just keep it in-house?
We just keep it in-house.
Okay. Are there aspirations to expand those operations and sort of have a little thing there, or is it better? Is it more just like, hey man, we're just doing this for our own stuff?
Too much work hop farming is correct.
I actually do not. No, please tell me.
It's a shitload of work.
You should come up.
Dude,
Yeah, you should definitely come up.
I met
bring Tiffany one day during hop harvest. We'll get you to work.
I would
and,
love to. I would love to work hop harvest.
I mean, come on, you got diversity right here. You've got a woman, you got an Aussie, and you got me.
I love it. I'm here for it, dude. That would be. Is it? So it's like you've got a machine that, because I'm saying a lot of. I don't know. Like I'm just a city idiot. I have no clue, but I'm very interested in this whole farm stuff. It's just fascinating to me.
So come 2 times a year. It comes in spring when we're stringing. We have to string 20,000 strings.
Oh,
that's a fun job. String and twirl, which is why we call the beer. And then come in the fall when we're harvesting.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna tell Tiff when we go for a bathroom break shortly. I'll be like, "Yo, we're gonna fucking put that on the calendar." Honestly, that's so fun. So you have the just for, since we got, like, we should double click on the hop farming stuff a little bit here, because it's I just really don't know a ton about it. So you guys have like a machine, kind of what you were talking about, Scott. So there's some hops that you just like yoinking, you just like grabbing them, but there's that sounds like sriracha, and then everything else you've got this little beauty of a machine that just kind of like almost like the grapes or whatever, it tears them shits off. And what's the deal? Is there an easy way to describe it?
No, that's pretty much it. There's like a harvester, a thrasher that separates the cones from the rest of the organic material. But as Scott said, sriracha cones are so small that they go through this system. So that's why we have to hand harvest them.
Understood.
A Cascade cone is about this big, but a sriracha cone is this big.
Wow. Okay. So,
and Craig, you can only cut the binds that you're going to harvest that day, because the flavor profile of the hop cone will actually change within hours. So we only can, so we're limited every day by what we can dry in our oast house. So either if we're doing a double batch, that's because Scott's wants fresh hops, so we'll give him fresh hops, and then our oast house will limit what we can harvest in a day.
Okay, so an oast house, I thought that was a brewery, but I guess it's a place. I think.
Sure is.
So then,
and ironically, oast house doesn't actually have an oast house, but that's a different conversation.
Which is okay. I'm just gonna see what the fuck this looks like. Okay, so these little pointy things.
So they look like Rapunzel's tower, if you will.
Are they they look like those things that are on the side of the highway sometimes that have got like big piles of organic material in it.
So I mean, in the UK, they look like the turrets at the end of a castle.
Yes, very much so.
But they're specifically designed for airflow and circulation. There's venting at the top to be able to control the release of moisture, so you can let more out or let less out at any given time.
Okay, so then amazing. It's so cool. And you have the pointy thing. You have the
spire at the top.
Fuck, you guys got so many spires. This is beautiful. I love it. And then when you actually talk about the space for drying, so is it just kind of like racks, like flat racks that you just chuck the hops on that allow it to sort of, there's a natural warmth of the season to dry the
you're absolutely right in the sense that we actually have racks that have got mesh bottoms, screens, so that allows for airflow. And we take the day's harvest, put them on these racks. We in our case we've got 3 levels, 3 layers, each has got 4 trays. And then we have a heat source that we use to gently warm it up. The lupulin is what gives it the flavor. So, contrary to popular belief, it's not the green leaf part. It's actually the yellow powder that we want that gives us the flavor profile. We can't heat it up too fast or we'll burn it. So that's what we do is we warm it up to the right degree, and also the right. We want to take it to the right amount of moisture. So we want to dry it out to between 8 and 10%.
Does that change per varietal of hop?
Not really. No,
Basically
8 to 10%. It allows it to pelletize well.
Okay, so you can't just pick them and have fresh hops and take them to the pelletizer. They do need to be dried in some shape or form.
Correct.
Okay. And when they're fresh, which is kind of what you were talking about before, Catherine, when you do a double batch of, you take enough to go dry it, and then enough to be like, all right, Scotty, go chuck these in. So the fresh hops go in as is. Which do you have to sanitize anything when they're fresh, or they're good to go with all the various?
Yeah, it's one of those things. A lot of breweries are kind of afraid to use fresh hops like straight into the beer, so they'll only use it hot side. But you can really only get good fresh hop flavor if you dry hop with it. So the key is like we keep it all in house, and once the beer is finished, like there's just a lot less danger for sanitization issues. So we go for it. It's worth it for the flavor. And we pretty much just keep it on tap, and we make sure the lines are clean, so it's great.
So it's fine. There's no contamination. Okay.
Yeah.
That is sick. Are there any other elements of hop farming? Like you're saying, Catherine, it's a lot of. I really don't have any clue, and it does. I guess if you the way you guys are positioning it, does sound like it's a number of steps. Obviously, it's worth it for you guys to do this. Was there anything else that you have to do as far as so stringing is setting up everything in the beginning of the season in spring, and allowing it, like you said, it comes out of the ground, and you kind of got to guide it onto the strings.
We train it, yeah.
Train it. Okay, sick. And then in the harvesting time, so picking them, and it's just doing it bit by bit to pick it to be able to have enough. Like, how do you know actually? Because you mentioned before they can change by the hour. How do you guys know when it's like time to pick them?
That's what Scott,
I'm out in the field every day, just rubbing hops pretty much.
Okay. I just
when they smell right, I've had 6 harvests now. I know what I'm looking for each hop, but it is something that I really love about being on the farm as opposed to buying local hops is that I really can pick that window myself. This is when I really love the Cascade. Right now, the Sriracha Ace, it is primo. Let's pick it now. And every hop comes ready at a different time. Triple Pearl is almost always first. Willamette close behind, and Cascade. We have a really large Cascade field. It's our biggest for sure, and we'll take actually a little bit from both, from the beginning and the end, because we get different flavors from it.
When you say beginning of the end, beginning of harvest, end of harvest.
Yeah, exactly. So we take some from August and some from September, essentially. And the August stuff is it's less punchy, but it's cleaner, I guess. Whereas when you get into August, you get more fruit character. We actually get we get a little bit of stone fruit out of our Cascade, which is amazing. But it also has a little overripe stone fruit, I suppose, is what it is. So just different. It's effectively getting a second hop out of it.
Right. And do you blend them, or do you sort of get the first lot in August palletized and then the September palletized and then blend the pallets?
Yeah. We've been marking them separately. But yeah, usually, we fill large leaf bags. And 2 of those will go into a regular size pelletized bag, so it's pretty easy to keep them separate.
Gotcha. And then you can just kind of mix them into the beer as you need be, as opposed to mixing the bags of pellets. So you still have, you might want to do just an August beer or just a September harvest beer.
A good mix. Yeah. No, we definitely Fiddle and Field was a pale ale that we had in the LCBO, and it was 50% Cascade hops because we had such a big Cascade field, and it grew to the point that we could not keep up in our small hop farm with just that beer. So we had to pull it from the LCBO. We replaced it with Big Chute, which is I mean, it has some local hops in it, but it's not reliant on having 50% farm-grown Ontario hops. But yeah, that one we used to blend. We used to play around with different profiles from the Cascade.
But Craig, so Scott, that's an interesting story because we had Fiddle and Field in the LCBO, and we've, as Scott said, like the demand for that outgrew our ability to supply the Cascade from our own property. So you could say, well, isn't that simple? Let's just import more Cascade. But the flavor profile of Cascade when we imported it was very different than the flavor profile from our own property. And Scott is very particular that every beer we make has to have the exact, same flavor. Very particular about it. So we said, let's pull it from LCBO and just put it in we'll sell it out of the tap room opposed to have it in LCBO because we just couldn't keep up with demand with it.
Interesting. I mean, look, that's very honest and it's keeping true. I mean, that's as typical craft problem, I imagine, small batch, and you want to be as consistent as you possibly can. So I mean, like, I respect that you guys did that because you care about the integrity of that product and that SKU and that what people want to experience when they get to try it. So that's
I mean, what made that beer special was that it was the Cascade that we grew on site, and when we couldn't do that anymore, it just didn't make sense.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. It's it's so fascinating. Are there anything else we didn't touch on with the hop stuff? Is that kind of the main elements?
Yeah, you got to come visit. Got to come visit the spring and the August.
We can't tell you how it smells.
I've never smelled it. I don't think I've ever still been to a hop farm properly. So I need to see it. I need to.
There you go.
Yeah.
So just to, I know Cass said, flavor profile changes, in an hour or so. That's after the hops have been cut from the vine. As Scott mentioned, when he's walking through the field and they're still, quote unquote, in the ground and not cut down, we've got a bigger window to harvest. And in terms of what he was talking about, using Cascade from August to September, although we've never really called it that, but it's almost like in the wine industry, like a late harvest Riesling or a late harvest wine. The flavor profile changes there too. Scott takes this different profile and brews a different beer with that different profile.
Right. The parallels to wine that we've been talking about tonight are actually kind of crazy. Like how many there are from the award thing to the late versus early harvest of the hops and stuff. It's quite fascinating. Okay, the other question, as you were sort of saying there, Graydon, that how quick, because I know that, say, fresh hop beers, the whole thing about them is time from harvest to kettle. Because you guys are on premise, you guys must be like fucking minutes.
Literally minutes. Like the way it works with us is that Scott will tell the team, the farm guys, I need 300 pounds of Cascade at 3:00 to put into the boil or whatever he's using it for. So the guys will work backwards and get 300 pounds of Cascade, and they'll bring it into the brewery, which is not more than about Scott 150 steps from the harvest area to the brewery. So we can say that there is probably no other brewery that can provide a fresh hop beer in the province.
Farm to glass.
Wow. Farm to glass. That could almost be the episode name too. I'll write that down. That's incredible. Like I've heard, people say, oh yes, 24 hours from when it was harvested in whatever P&W and then shipped out here and da-da-da. But like minutes, literally, probably single digit minutes is arguably what you're saying there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jeez, that's so sick. I noticed this year, tell me if you guys, I felt like this year, and I don't know why, I felt like there was more Oktoberfest and Marzens than I'd seen in a long time, but way less fresh hop beers, way less in Ontario specifically.
The heat wave.
Oh, the late the September October heat wave was because of. Do you think that's what it was?
there's that, and there's also unfortunately there's a lot less growers in the province now.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, so like fresh hop beers typically, say, just speaking of Ontario since we're here, that's breweries would typically use local as in local Ontario. They wouldn't always be whatever BC, PNW type of thing.
I think I think out of province fresh hop beers are more the exception rather than the norm. I think for the most part, when Ontario craft breweries are making a fresh hop beer, they're sourcing from an Ontario hop grower.
Right.
And in the past 3-4 years, there's a lot of growers that have folded tent.
Which still sucks.
Yep.
Is that just lack of demand?
Yeah, I think there's lack of demand. I think it's also, the market for it. They're farmers, not marketers. So they're not being able to get out to the different breweries and put the sizzle to the steak. Lots of great steak out there, but, they don't know how to sell the sizzle.
I mean, dude, that's such a good point. That, yeah. And I have noticed, like, qualitatively throughout this year, talking to a lot of different people, there's been a more focus, arguably, this year on local stuff, period, whether it's malt, hops, yeast, da-da-da. I put that down to the tariff stuff from February, that there was a whole new level of interest, I guess. But perhaps with those factors that you mentioned, that there's less hop growers for obvious sort of reasons, and maybe there's the people didn't think about it. Maybe I don't know what it is, because I know, like, I got a mate in BC, and we just did a bit of I don't know, not a trade, but whatever. He got me beers, I got him some stuff, and like he's always sending me pictures. I'm like, yeah, I'm drinking. He's like, it's just every other day he's like sending me a new fresh hop beer he's having. I'm like, I could think of one or two aside from you guys, like, I don't know, less than a handful. I can count them on one hand that I could even think of in Ontario. And I just felt like it was like, it's interesting. There's this whole renewed interest in local stuff, but no fresh hop.
Anecdotally, there was sorry, go ahead, Scott.
I was just going to say, yeah, BC, there's some fresh hop beers that have like cult status. People still, they still get really excited for it. And it doesn't happen as much here, I think.
What I was going to say is that late in the 2018s, 2019s, into the early 2020s, there was a fresh hop beer festival that was around.
Yep.
And that's you might remember that. I mean, what
was it called?
I think it was called. Yeah, it was the fresh hop. Yeah, beer festival.
No,
and that's gone to the wayside now. Really creative naming.
What a shame, though, because it's just like they're such a fun style, and I know they've got like you guys were just explaining before, incredibly short lifespan. I'm sorry, on those beers, but like they're just such like a, I don't know, like fall. I would argue that most people seem most excited aside from summer, which is just because we're in Canada and we like sun. But fall is the funnest season, the best food, the best drinks, the best fashion, because it's more fun. Finally get to put a hoodie on or something and wear something nice. But like, I was just sort of a little surprised to see the explosion of. I feel like there wasn't a brewery I could think of that didn't have some sort of Oktoberfest style beer, but then way less fresh up. I don't think I had a single one this year that I can think of. Which sucks.
And yeah, you know what? I mean, there used to be a lot more, and progressively year over year, there are fewer and fewer that are being put out there.
It's my fault because I should have come to Quayle's and had like 7 or 8 of them.
That's okay. We won't hold you against. We won't
Thanks,
hold
man.
it against you, man.
It won't happen again. I just want to say that because I'm a little
Holding
Time for a new beer, Craig?
Yes, let's do it. Anyone need a bathroom? Are we good for a sec?
Let's take a break.
We'll take a quick break, and I like your attitude, Catherine. We're going to do that, and we're going to do that as soon as we come back. We'll be right back, guys. And we are back. And we just selected off air, just to make it a bit easier for y'all, the next beer, which is Scotty's favorite, or one of his favorite, the Saison that we had been talking about so much here. Hayloft here, a 5% farmhouse with
Farmhouse.
with Cascade. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Cascade and Citra actually.
Cascade Citra.
Yeah, 50% at least. Usually it's a little bit more farm grown Cascade with just a little bit of Citra just to really brighten up that Saison character. I really love hoppy Saisons. It's not something you see the most of, but it definitely it fits who we are as a brewery, I think, in a lot of ways. You know, we're obviously a farmhouse brewery, we're a hop farm. It made sense for it to be a hop forward one. And the yeast strain is also something that's close to me. I mentioned off the top that I worked at a yeast
place.
Yeah, a yeast place.
Business factory.
Yeah, we were developing new yeast strains. I was there for a couple of years, and I mean, my role was limited. I didn't do much of the technical stuff. I was very much downstream. They would give me the yeast strains and say, "Is this a saison?" And I would make them beer and put it into that beer and see if it actually turned out to be a saison or a lager. So our lager strain that we use as well is Nova Lager, that was developed by that company, and also our saison that we use.
That's awesome. And that was from New Zealand, right?
That was in BC. Yeah.
Oh, in BC.
So
I'm sorry.
It's a Canadian product. It's all distributed by Lollerman now. But Renaissance was the.
Was that company Renaissance? Okay.
Renaissance Seeds, yeah.
And it's kind of a nod to who we are. You know, Saison is a farmhouse ale. You know, originally brewed for the workers, the farm workers, and you know that's kind of who we are.
Yeah, I mean that's what we've been talking about a lot of the time. Is this farm stuff, particularly this last 30 minutes? It was like straight farm. This is, I love that you're doing this, and I love that. I feel like the people who have a passion for this style usually do it the best. Because I living in Quebec for a while, there's a lot of saisons going on, and back here it's sort of fewer and further between. So the folks that do it tend to really love it, and I find that makes for a fantastic saison. And it's not a style I would drink a lot, and so. It's always like when it comes up, I'm always like, "Fuck, man! I need to drink more saisons." God damn it! Like it's So this is really nice, and a hoppy one with your own stuff. This works beautifully. My gosh! And this is 5.5. Yeah, go on.
So now, do you think saisons were more popular in Quebec because saison is a French word?
Oh,
just saying.
Well,
I'm kidding.
They love it out there, because I don't know why. I mean, I guess it's kind of chilled out now. Quebec's market is probably similar to here, just everything's haze and crispies and pastry stouts or whatever. But when I moved there in 2012, it was everything was this. It was very heavily saison and barrel aged stuff or whatever, and they would it was their shit, it was their jam. And
I mean they're very Belgian forward. I mean saisons in particular, the French saison strain is it's goated. It's such a good strain.
The from just in general, right?
French saison was my favorite saison strain before I went and handpicked this one. But
hey man, it's glorious. I love as well that this is like it's super soft and delicate, and I feel like one of the things that always kind of like turned me off the style was that like overly bubblegummy clove thing, and this does not have that. It's very bright and citrusy and funky, but still very soft, I guess is a good word for it. Like it's not bitey or very crushing.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, I think it is actually like just a really hard style to find balance in.
Wow,
like
fantastic.
You really need, like, the clove can be overwhelming in so many saisons, and sometimes you can go like too little and they become sort of like chalky and weird and they're not enjoyable either. So what we're always trying to do with this beer is like really strike that balance, like really trying to hit that spot where it's very refreshing, but also, not overpowering.
That's I think you definitely nailed that, man. Like it's so like delicate is probably the great word for it. And you're getting a lot of like the nose on the can. I don't know about you guys, I love smelling the can directly. I just feel like you get that real, maybe more narrow, like, you know what I mean? Like punchy hop, like more direct hop profile, because obviously like the top of the glass, it breathes a bit and you lose a bit of aromatics. But I feel like I can really smell those like lemony Cascade hops. Maybe a little bit of stone fruit in there. It's so crushable. It feels almost like a lager to me. Like
I mean, and I think like it kind of should be, right? Like the old farm workers, they weren't looking to be challenged after a long day on the farm, you know. Yeah. They wanted something refreshing, something easy to drink. So
yeah, it's this is fantastic. So like you were saying, is it a slow seller because it's Ontario and maybe there's not as much knowledge?
Yeah. Saisons. It was funny. When we first opened up, we went hard on Saisons out the gate. Like they were very popular.
Okay.
What changed? I think. I mean, I like to think that the rest of our lineup has just become so solid that maybe people have fallen away and just. But you know, this is who we are in a glass more than any other beer I feel like that we make. So it is really important that we keep this one around, and it's one that you know. We don't see it in the sales, but I hear it in the streets. People that like it, you know?
That's a great phrase. Yeah, man. Yeah, the people who really like this is their jam, this style is their thing, they're just all about it.
Exactly.
And I'm like, this also absolutely proves that the brewers who love, like, the easiest way to say, you know, like when Haze first came out and people were doing it because everyone else was doing it, and you had a lot of mid Haze. It was like it's just not for that brewery. Like that, the team isn't into it, so like they're not really putting their like the heart into the thing. So if you're brewing this style, I think in Ontario and you're doing it because you want to do it. You don't really have, like you sort of said, the market forces that are just like, we need like Saison, let's go. You know, you're doing it because it represents the heart of the company and it represents what you're into as a brewer. And I think that's when you get the exceptional ones. And that makes me want to drink it more from here, particularly because we're, 2 hours something in. I feel like we talked about this beer half a dozen times. So I'm very impressed. It didn't let me down. It's just so, it's just so crushable. It's so crisp. It's so nice. It doesn't matter, whatever. It's like, we're in December here, so we're all drinking it in cold weather, and it's going down glorious. And this is a year round, I imagine.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the season for it.
Yeah. There is, that's a good point. And is it this one no distro? This is straight brewery only.
Straight brewery only, yeah.
Straight brewery, okay.
You gotta come see us.
Okay, that's a good reason to do so. I love it. This is fantastic, guys. So
10th reason why to come up to see us now. Okay,
10. I mean, we're going to be at 20, 30 at this point. It's no, this is fantastic. And even on that point, we talked about it kind of earlier as far as the distro. We talked about the LCBOs recently. I'm sorry, within a radius of the brewery. We mentioned very briefly at the beginning, like convenience and other things. How has that been for you guys? What are your thoughts on that, whether it's convenience, grocery, and independent beer stores? What's the general thinking there?
So we've been able to distribute, as per the beer store rules and regs, to the 7 closest beer stores near in geographic proximity to the brewery. So we've taken advantage of that. We have gone and spoken to a lot of the convenience and grocery stores in that radius that Catherine talked about, and making lots of inroads there. Does that mean if we get a request from a convenience store in Ottawa, are we filling that? No. That's
too hard.
We're not at that size or that scale to be able to have distribution there, or we can't send a case there profitably. Let's put it to you that way.
Gotcha. I've heard that sort of criticism of the distribution in the past, and I feel like that's really fair. And it's sort of sucks because it would be nice for you guys to have a presence, maybe even if it's a case or two of different stuff in Ottawa, in Hamilton, in, like you mentioned earlier, Windsor, wherever it might be, just so then people are like, oh, they get a taste of it. I'm like, oh, so who are these guys? Where are they at? Oh, shit, really? Okay, well, I'm going down that way in summer. Let me hit, it's almost like you're just sort of pre-planting these sort of notion that it's like a destination brewery, and at a time where people are kind of more what's the word, not nationalistic, but just sort of want to support local more than ever.
Yeah, I think convenience is still just so young. I think there's so much potential for it because it's always been an issue in Ontario that there's just not enough places to sell you beer. But right now, I mean, convenience stores, they're not looking for craft beer, really. I think what needs to happen is like what you see in the States, where certain players just get all in and they want to do like beer, they want to be fun, they want to be doing something that's different. And that's when we'll see like more opportunities, I think, for us that make sense. When Barry just gets a local convenience store that's like, well, now we have massive fridges and we can sell a bunch of different. Yeah, exactly. And they have fun with it, and then people get excited for it, and then they show up. There's a lack of that, I think, a little bit in Ontario, and yeah, I think that would open up everything.
Yeah. It's interesting because I've also made it, I feel like they haven't made it the simplest for everyone to get in, I believe. And on top of that, you're dealing with like owners of the stores, like you said, who aren't particularly there for craft. They might not know how to handle it, that it needs to be refrigerated. I've been to like to gas stations or whatever. There's just like fucking piles of Busch Light and other nonsense outside. I mean, I guess it's those beers, they're made for that, but they didn't really have anything in the fridge. I'm like, I guess they're not really, there's a level of education that like, who's going to educate them? It has to be the sales reps of the breweries. But like, hey, man, if you want this stuff, like, it's going to go in the fridge, bro. Like, and then I'm like, what are you talking about? And, like, I can understand there's like a new thing for convenience. They didn't get into this business for that,
I mean, it's not even really a thing at a lot of LCBOs. A lot of LCBOs keep the beer warm, and they've then trained people to not think that they need to keep their beer cold because they don't keep it cold when you buy it. So why would I take it home and put it in the fridge?
A lot of the convenience stores, a lot of the decisions right now are being made at head office, and head office wants to make it easy. And so they're saying, take a chain, and it's got to be anybody who can distribute everywhere in the province for a lot of these big C stores. Gotcha. So it's a lot of education, and the rules are changing, but it sounds better than it is, and so it's still it's in its infancy, the new channel, but it's not as great as it sounds right now. A lot of work to be done.
I think that's a really good point.
And to that point, we are very particular in terms of only distributing to stores that will keep us cold, because for the people that haven't tried us, you don't want that first impression to be a skunky beer and go like, what's all this hype about Line 12 when it tastes like shit, when it's, not our fault, but because it was sitting in the back room right next to the furnace for the last 3 weeks.
Ugh, you're so right, man. Where does the responsibility lie, do you think, though? Like, is it fair that your sales reps have to educate owners or whatever? And that includes grocery stores too, because and also I know what you're saying as well, Catherine, about the, like, say if you want to get in a Circle K or something, you got to go through corporate. But if you got the mom and pop type shops where there's just a couple, whatever, family owns it, and you can go, but then you got to go one by one by one by one, and it's just.
And they often don't know what craft beer is. Those little guys.
And then there's that. I mean, maybe you could stumble on some like there's like a fire one somewhere, like a rat. That's what I think about. Is it's so cool about like random towns. There's just like might be this like just one store where the owners happen to just know what's up, and then but then you have to kind of catch wind of it, and then know that they're in that market, or they'll reach out to you, and da da da. So it is tough. It kind of puts everyone in a position.
So to that point, what we do is we will, instead of having a convenience store order 5 cases, we'll split it up and send them 2 cases at a time to ensure that it stays cold, and
Right.
To make sure that the other 3 aren't sitting in the back room by the furnace. And we'll deliver another. Yeah, exactly. We'll do another 2 cases, in 3 weeks when the fridge stock is depleted. So,
gotcha.
More work, absolutely. But you know what? It maintains the integrity of our product,
which is almost the most, but not almost. It's kind of the most important thing, because if people are going to be, that's going to be their first touch point to the brand, then you want them to have an exceptional experience. And there's just like it definitely is a long way to go. What about the independent beer stores as opposed to convenience or grocery? Have you guys had much experience with that at all?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, there are in our neck of the woods, there's a lot of agency stores, agency beer stores, agency liquor stores that we will get orders from, and that we'll sell into. So, to your earlier comment, a lot of our local distribution comes from these mom and pop convenience stores, mom and pop agency stores.
Okay, agency stores. I haven't heard of that. Is that like those rural beer stores or whatever, or LCBOs? Okay,
that's exactly it.
Okay, I was thinking so that's great. I was even thinking like, and I'm saying this arguably selfishly. So I've talked about it here on a lot. So in Hamilton, there's a cafe called Durand, and they've got one of the best beer fridges, if not the best beer fridge in Ontario, where the owner is it's just a cafe. And it's got a bar at the back, and the beer bar is a killer beer bar, like got Luca tap, and like always has fire. And the fridge, he always has just the best stuff. And he's a friend of mine, and I'm always in his ear. I'm like, fuck, dude, like stuck these guys. That type of spot where he goes to the breweries if need be each week to pick up stuff or whatever it might be. Those type of independent beer stores, I know of another one. So there's Durand here in Hamilton, the Sidewalk Cafe in Waterloo, things like that where like I feel like your beer would fit perfectly alongside the other brands, all Ontario obviously, that they have in the fridges like that. I think that would particularly. The Crispies have been something that I've kind of like nudged him to develop. He's always had like phenomenal haze, and he sort of got more and more in the crispy breweries. And I feel like you guys could, I can picture this there perfectly, and it would be a nice compliment. And people are like, Quayle, what's going on with this? And then they start like, because there was the element of there was one time I went in there and he had a brewery I hadn't heard of, and I was like, I should know this. I do this damn podcast. I should know what's going on. I didn't know this brewery. And because he has such a great curation, I was like, well, I trust him. And I grabbed some beers, and there was some Sparrow in Cambridge. And I was like, oh, this is fine. I went back, I think the next day, and got whatever else he had. Because I was like, all right, I just trusted his intuition. And that was me knowing him and sort of having this pod where I'm talking to lovely folks like yourselves and sort of tapped in. So imagine a consumer who isn't maybe as always tapped in, and they just trust the fridge and they know what's going on with that. And I think that those independent beer stores can have a strong sort of sway over because they're already trusted, as opposed to maybe an LCBO or beer store that's a little bit more general, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It does. So I mean, understanding your vernacular, we know them as bottle shops.
Yeah, I guess so. It's a bottle shop inside a cafe. Yeah, true.
Yeah. So we've got a few of them, and if anything, they've grown organically. We've had one in Belleville. There's one in Durham region that have discovered us, if you will, because They've got family friends in the area, and they've grown to know our beers, and then they've gone and literally opened up a bottle shop farther away. And anytime they're back in the area visiting, they'll grab 4, 5, 6 cases of brands of SKUs that aren't in the LCBO, and they'll spread the gospel.
That's a key point. SKUs that aren't in the LCBO. Because
Yeah.
if people can get in the LCBO, then it kind of makes this specific type of business a little redundant. They want to offer something that's a little more unique.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. That's really cool to hear that there's people who actually do that. Okay, so it's sort of like there's definitely that, and this isn't the first time I've heard that level of sort of restriction with delivery. It's there isn't a ton of options out here for if there is a store down here or in, like you mentioned, in Windsor or for anywhere. It's kind of almost going to be people are going to come up to you, and then that's arguably how most of the breweries are, and it's unfortunate that there's not like a simple solution to that problem right now. Bit of an opening for some folks if they want to.
Exactly.
Affordable.
Good business opportunity.
Exactly.
Affordable quality distribution right there, but okay. I think it's really That's like. Do you guys see that? Like, obviously on premise is optimal, but like, how do you guys all feel about like the external thing? Does it bring up, when I say external, LCBO, beer store, grocery, convenience, independent, like the whole works? Is that is it something that you sort of like see a lot of value or maybe future sort of traffic drivers to the business? Or is it really like, because you're such a fantastic destination brewery where there's, I would argue, a strong word of mouth, because I have heard about you from multiple people over the last few years, that it's like, it kept getting put on my radar, like constantly, from people that I respected, like whose beer taste I respect. Because the people, but man, this place is cool, and they're, not a beer drinker, like a real nerd or whatever, I'd be like, okay, cool, yeah, sweet. It's probably their local and they think it's cute. I'm like, okay, cool. But like my beer nerd friends are telling me about Quayles, and that's why I reached out to you, because I was like, okay, well, too many people have told me about this. This is getting ridiculous. So I was like, and I thought that's how the word is getting around, because it's sort of like, how do you guys see that? Is it like, what would, I guess, to compact the question, is it sort of, what do you see as the traffic driver? Is it a lot of word of mouth, or is it a lot of the distribution? I guess would probably be the two different arms.
I'd say it's a combination. So, I mean, one thing being a destination, and we've diversified into a lot of events as well. So it attracts a lot of people to our area. So that's a great, we'll do weddings, we'll do these markets, we'll do, live comedy. We do music every day. We have live music. So I think we don't have the huge budgets that a lot of the brewers have. We don't have big, massive budgets. So it's a combination of attracting people to our area, word of mouth for sure. I mean, we've got amazing beer, so that's an easy sell. As our sales guys say, it's pretty darn easy. When you walk in, you got awesome beer to sell. But it is, the distribution channel is important, because you want people to be able to, when they do hear about you, be able to go get the beer and be able to find it. So we do have an online presence, but it's expanding it. So it's a bit of that, the hub and spoke approach of, getting, we're also in licensees, a lot of restaurants and bars in the area. We're at about 90 of them. So, it's complemented where we'll have an LCBO, and then we'll have a variety of restaurants in the area and bars, or vice versa. We'll start with the bar and then we'll go back around to the LCBO in that area.
Interesting. Okay. So a bit of a mix.
Yeah, being in the middle of nowhere also helps, in the sense that, being in liquor stores in Midland and in and around, and you can get, one of your beers at those stores, saves you from driving all the way into our brewery, which obviously, helps sales that way. It's not necessarily ideal. We'd love to see everybody come in and say hi, but we're being realistic that way. And they don't want to drive, 20, 30 minutes in from Midland. They can go to their local LCBO and pick up one of our beers that way.
But there's only 3 in the LCBO. So the fact is that we always have a variety of, 14, probably a dozen beers that we have canned. So I like the LCBO, but I want to try some new things. So that's gonna kind of you try it at the LCBO, and then you come over to pick up more.
Totally get it. And that's a great, I'm just on the website right now, and just to sort of reiterate your point, there's 3, 6, 9, 12, 14 different beers on the website alone.
Right.
That you can get, including like fun ass Christmas beers. That haze is looking murky, dog. Like the two monkeys. Damn.
All right, yeah.
We're gonna go there.
You missed that one.
Oh.
No. It's on the pack.
Yeah.
Good
We were
segue,
at that
buddy.
week.
Yeah.
It is Christmas
time.
time. It is Christmas time.
Shall we do the Grinch?
We have
versus
Grinch.
Scrooge.
Do I have Grinch?
You want a hazy?
You do. Yeah.
You should.
So hazy.
Let me check. I have the Grinch.
There you go. You're a mean one, Mr. Craig.
I am. That's what people tell me. They go, I'm a piece of shit.
I didn't go there.
You did not go there. You did not go there.
Scott can tell you about our versus series. So one of our first versus beer was Croc versus Bear, I think.
Who would win though?
Right.
Well, that's exactly
hey,
it.
he gets it.
Exactly.
I mean, the bear like might, but the Crocs are kind of pretty wily. They're like dinosaurs. So I kind of almost feel like, how could they?
Yeah, I mean, it's got the hard back. I think the Croc's going to win that one.
I mean,
every
the
time.
bear, would the claws penetrate the back, like the skin? I don't know.
You know,
Croc.
you guys say it only because you're Aussies, right? That's why Crocs.
Yeah,
will win.
we're obviously Team Croc.
Exactly. Salties.
We kind of salties. All right, look at you, you fucking Aussie. I see you, Doug.
I'm just an Aussie wannabe hanging around Scott too long.
I wouldn't call you a wannabe. I feel like I'd give you citizenship if I could. Oh, that is murk. Look how murky that is. Damn.
So one of the other things that you know, being in the middle of fucking nowhere, as we've said it about 20 times, is that we're not on any municipal system there, Craig. So our water source comes from an underwater aquifer.
Nice.
So that was actually drilled way prior to opening the brewery, and we took water samples and measured flow through all the different seasons to make sure that the mineral content didn't change, the flow didn't change, etc. And as Scott can attest to, it's pretty damn close to ideal water and mineral composition for brewing beer.
Yeah, it's actually it's really nice. It's not nearly as hard as what a lot of people in town use. It's a very clean profile, and with our system, it hits for a lot of our beers. So, is it
hard water in the area?
Yeah, definitely in town it's a lot harder. Maybe not as hard. I don't know if I know Guelph is apparently very, very hard. I assume
Hamilton sucks, dog. It's
yeah.
As in, like, I have to go. We bought an espresso machine this summer, which is the greatest thing that ever happened to me. And I have to go to a water place to get one of those 18-liter big fucking jugs with reverse osmosis water, and then add the third wave water packets to a 4 gallon, 4 gallon, whatever it is, 4 liter. No, so 1 gallon jug to rehydrate it, because all of my faucets have limestone. Limescale, whatever that shit is that you gotta get. So I need to get a filter put on from the water. So yes, it's Kitchener, Guelph here. It's all the same thing. It's hard as a rock. It's I never experienced it before. It's the toilet. It's like it makes.
Oh, we're going there now. Okay, let's go to the toilet. Okay,
it's like it takes the waste product and it just makes stains. And I'm like, the only way to clean it is like hardcore bleach.
Vinegar. Yeah.
There's no other way. And I'm like, I've been going to the bathroom for a long time and I've never experienced this before. And I've had to Google it and find out that, like, it's the limescale stuff that reacts with the stuff. And
it's wild. It gets thick.
Discolors. Yeah, it discolors the bowl. And then you just spray the bleach and you wait an hour and then it's sparkling white again, and then you go one more time and then it's fucking back to looks like like you're a college student. It's crazy.
Well, thank you for sharing your toilet habits with all your viewers here, Craig.
They love it, Graydon. You can share yours too, bro. We're a open source right here, my man.
All good.
You dirty bossy. You put me Look at that head.
Exactly.
Look at that head. That is meringue, my guy.
Is that all right? Yeah. Thanks,
Man. That is pillow. That's what that is. Sorry, keep going. We're talking mad shit, literally, right now. Keep going.
Yeah, the hardness. It is what it is around here. I mean, BC it's the purest water around, and it was a bit of adjusting even with our nice well water, but I don't know how the brewers down there do it. Like it's different water.
Yeah, it's I imagine there's a lot of stripping back. I think people that have a lot of the what's the thing? I guess whatever makes a reverse osmosis water, that thing, and then add the minerals back in type of thing.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Which is probably like, yeah, I guess it's necessary for what it is that you guys do, which is like, do you have to do that? Do you have to have a machine thing that strips it and then you re-add?
So we use the softener pretty much just for our boiler and for a lot of our plumbing in the building. We don't use it in the brewery itself, just the volume that we would need. We'd be chewing through softening salt. But yeah, to Graydon's point, our hardness level is like a third of what a lot of Ontario is. So we don't have nearly as many flavor issues.
Interesting. Well, that is fantastic. And this sort of, speaking of the water, which I guess is that the water is really what gives a lot of the
softness,
the softness, that beautiful pillowy mouthfeel. And this absolutely has that. This is 6.5% IPA. What are the hops in this bad boy? It's very bright.
It says Chinook and Nelson, but it's actually it's Superdelic and Nelson. This one.
Superdelic. Okay.
Yeah, I've been using Superdelic a lot, actually.
Okay.
It's another Kiwi hop. Really good. I love it. Creates great haze. Just works so well in hazy IPAs. So well. Yeah. Actually, I put it right up there with Citra. I think it is. If it wasn't being made in New Zealand, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's a large call.
Yeah, I mean, I think it deserves it. It's been a real surprise. I love it. And like I have been moving away from US hops a little bit since February and the rest of it. Playing around a little bit more, and yeah, I mean, Superdelic. It's been fantastic. Such a great addition to the lineup. So.
That is awesome. I mean, look, let's be honest. New Zealand hops are just, as two Australians here, I'm sure we can both comfortably admit that the Kiwis.
They do it better.
They do it better. I mean, look, we had it for a bit. We had Galaxy and Eller and Enigma and Vic Secret and fucking what's the one stuff?
I mean,
that's
Galaxy 2015. Galaxy was such an amazing hop. It was like revolutionary, and it's getting back to where it was, but they had some problems. In the middle, unfortunately.
It started, they went downhill. Galaxy was killer for a bit, and then it just shit the bed. It's back now, though. Galaxy is back.
It's coming back. It's like 90% back. I think it's good.
I agree. It's just too little, too late when you've got Nelson and the greatest hop of all time, Peterine, and fucking Superdelic and Rawaka and Waka 2 and Rakau and Rawaka and fucking you name it.
I haven't got my hands on Peterine yet. It's a freestyle hop, right?
Yeah, and you have to buy a bunch of other stuff to get it.
Right,
which is
you need to be fully freestyle hop in.
Yeah, I think you have to contract a couple other things, and then they'll throw you a box of it. But it's the greatest.
Makes sense. I mean, we use a lot of Nelson as well. Nelson's so good.
Nelson is spectacular. Yeah. The New Zealand, it's just untouchable. And now I'm hearing a lot of Eggers hops is the other one I'm seeing a lot of. I saw it a lot in the States, and now I'm seeing it here now. Which is, so it's really starting to pop off. But yeah, the Kiwi hops, we're going to be honest, it's just glorious. And this works so well. This is so bright and so tropical. It's so fluffy. The head was just in meringue. It's insane. This is crazy.
Thanks, man. I'm glad you like it.
I love it.
I know you like a Hazy, so.
I didn't actually realize. I really do. We actually gave this to me like it was less than a week old.
Right. And you just let it waste away in your fridge. No.
Do you know what I did though? I gave the half of these of the short cans to Nate,
Right.
my co-host, because I wanted to hook him up with some of the fire. Now I'm like, fuck. I should have probably just drank them.
He drank it when it was fresh.
He probably did, that bastard. I wanted to hook him up because I wanted him to try the other stuff. I kept the tall cans for myself because I was like, I know I'm gonna need those.
It's a lot of shit.
You know, well, his parents live around here, so I gave them to him. They brought him up. You know, otherwise, yeah, it would be. No, this is phenomenal. So this series, like the Versus series, I was taking a look on Tap real quick as we were talking. So you guys do a bunch of versus where this is Grinch versus Scrooge. I imagine it's like the Christmas version of
right. Yeah, exactly.
I saw a bunch of other ones. Do you guys want to break it down a bit?
I feel like you got it right away. You know, like it's that the question. It's the conversation starter of like, you know, who would win in a fight between. So it's a dual hop and like a 2-hop beer, but it's spelled DUEL. It's the fight. It's the battle between the two. You know, I think it was a pun that started it, and then it, you know, spiraled into 30 odd beers later, where it started off as, you know, it was just a couple of animals up against each other, and now we're just getting silly with it.
Oh, I love it. And I see, dual hop right there.
There you go.
Sick. Okay, I love it. So it's a series, which is versus, hence the dual hop, and there's always 2 different hops specifically.
2 hops, but more fun things than the hops fighting each other.
I love it. And what other versions have you guys done?
Yeah, I mean, so like I said, it started off as a bunch of animals. You know, it was great white shark versus giant squid, and then quickly became like animals that don't really exist. It's Sasquatch versus Yeti, or vampires versus zombies.
We had spirits versus specters. We had hip hop-opotamus versus rhinoceros.
Yeah, that was a Kiwi one.
I like that.
And you know, I just imagine that was on tap, and you get guests trying to order that one. It
was stumbled over a little bit.
A drunk Oro-Medonte local.
Exactly. Yeah. That was the sobriety test for everybody.
Like, can I get a what? Sorry, say that again, sir. Okay, that's 6. So there's been like a bunch of these bad boys, though, and this is like a year-round project where there's just always new ones that are pumped out.
Yeah, and more. I mean, we're running out of hops that work really well in hazies, but it's still fun. I think we're probably going to limit it soon. I think it used to be like 8 beers a year. Maybe it'll go down to 2, just so we can start playing around with 3 hops in beers, or maybe single hop beers occasionally.
But usually there's a tap right now that's been a hazy on the top.
Okay.
Yeah, we always have a hazy IPA on for sure.
Okay. Are they all this level of like? This is what I would call like that sort of murky yellow type of.
I mean, they weren't to start. I mean, it was definitely one of the biggest learning curves. I thought it would be easy, and it was not. Like everyone makes it out as if, keeping the beer hazy, that's easier than filtering it, you know. But it was not.
But you nailed it.
Every time you add more hops into a beer, you're like, whoa, that's it keeps getting better. So there may be no end to how much hops you can add to a beer before it keeps getting better. I don't know.
I imagine there's what's it called? What's the saying when things get too much and then it becomes
reducing returns?
Yes, but it's another word. It's that, but there's another thing. It's just with 6 beers.
It's saturation. It's an easy word.
Diminishing returns.
Diminishing returns.
Yeah,
Diminishing returns.
We got there, Catherine. We got there. Exactly. Diminishing returns. But like, no, it's just, it is very hard, and I think that is like a real thing to acknowledge about hazy. You know, people like, I think crispies are extraordinarily hard to make as well. And I think there's a bit of a misconception. So it was good to see that you had that misconception. Then you were like, oh shit, this is crazy. And then figured out and cracked the code, because this is exceptional. This is fantastic. Like, I'm getting the and I love it when you have the sip, you do the hot burp, and it kind of goes from the back of your throat through your nose. Nothing beats that.
A
for
good
me.
beer.
Yeah, a good beer when it just goes through your whole the pipes there. It's beautiful. I didn't expect this. I think that is even cooler that because I didn't expect it, which is almost more annoying because that means nobody told me that you guys are on this level doing this fire. And I think that's sick that now we're able to showcase this on the pod because that means you're able to do crispies at a level that is just impeccable. And look, this is still like a month and not much, like a month. This is like 6 weeks old and it's punchy. It's super. I'm a bit of a princess with haze. I always like it like less than a month for the most part.
Right.
This is beautiful. This is sitting so nice, so clean, so bright. The bright and tropical, which I think is one of the things that fades and it hasn't faded. And the mouthfeel is phenomenal. The body is fantastic. That head, like you can't pay for that head. That shit's crazy. Guys, well done. This is awesome.
Thanks, man. I mean, yeah. It's hard. I don't think we'll ever, be as good as like the Badlands and the guys that like do this full time. We just don't get as many kicks of the can at it. But I mean, when we do get a shot at it, we go for it. I mean, again, like there's no point in doing it by half measures.
Not at all. That's it's so cool. So I mean, like now you're saying so this year typically was about 8 per year, which I guess is one every month and a half.
Yeah.
But next year might be less. 2026.
Of the dual hop, we'll definitely do about that many hazies.
Okay.
What might be nice is to do the same one a second time.
Hey, that's actually not a bad thing, tweak it, perfect it a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Would there ever be like a flagship kind of haze for you guys, or is it not?
Yeah, I don't know. It's one beer style that I think we do get to play around with, and like is always changing. So it's good because we've got our Westie that we just is always on. So it's nice to have that one beer that's always different.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's cool. Yeah, I really love it when you don't expect it to be exceptional. And you're like, oh shit, like yeah, this is sick.
Starting to believe you mean it. Thanks, man.
No, I genuinely do. I'm not just blowing smoke. Like I talk to great breweries on this pod all the time, and you guys are absolutely. This is exceptional. Everything's fucking crazy. Is this some? Do people? Do you get that response? Do you guys get that when people are like, what, yo, like they come in there? You don't always expect it from a brewery that doesn't have a reputation for it. I was about to say from a more remote brewery, but I think that's actually not true because there's a lot of remote breweries that do some exceptional haze. But you guys aren't specifically known for it.
We have one on tap, right? We have two, including the hazy pale ale. Like it's not something we're known for at all. I don't know. I think more than anything, the people that drink those beers and get excited for them are just ones that have found them. They've discovered them at our brewery.
Right.
Yeah, just remember we've got sort of the beer that we have, the 14 taps that we have, and often a lot of you get the line 12 drinkers who just want a good, clean, crisp beer, and then you get the sours at one end, and then there's just we want to have that. We want to have something for everybody, and there's definitely a hazy market, and people come in and they love their hazy, but it's not for everybody. But when people come in, they're like, I want that, and they love it. And Scott's nailed it because he's every time he's got it.
Which is important, I think, if you're going to offer it and you're going to do it and you're going to do it right, which is what you're doing. Which is like, go on, Graydon.
And he's doing the whole spectrum too.
Absolutely.
So, like many other craft breweries, we offer flights, and so because we've always got a hazy on, be it a hazy pale or a true hazy, people will include it in their flights and try it out because low risk, right? High reward. But, to your point about how people come across us, as you probably have talked to other breweries in the past, you can't go out there and go commercial and, take out a billboard or do a 30-second spot on, the hockey game kind of thing, you're a sellout at that point in time. So it's all word of mouth, and word of mouth is slow. And, we're 5.5 years into it now, and we're kind of getting there. People are starting to know who we are. You're a classic case in point. You had enough of your mates saying, buddy, you got to fucking try this brewery. Like,
it's exactly
why haven't you tried it? And, that prompted you to talk to us.
Yes.
So that's kind of our story.
I think that's kind of a beautiful thing, though, I guess. Even if it's a bit slower, it's more real. And if like enough people have said it to me, and I imagine I'm an archetype of many, many beer drinkers, like just because we're doing the pod doesn't mean, like there's everybody would have their mates who'd be like, yo, like, have you been up here? Like, I know so many just beer nerds who are like that. And we just sort of talk about it, and you're like, oh, dude, I went up here this summer. I had to go up here. I was on the way to Muskoka, and I pulled up, and I was like, oh shit, this is crazy. I heard about, and then and talk about. I don't know. I just think that's kind of like, it's pretty cool that when you see it. Maybe the downside is it takes a bit of time, but then the upside is that when it does, it hits harder because there's when what it's like. What's that old marketing rule? Is it like 7 times you have to see something to. Yeah, and I know on podcasts it's 12 times, which is last I heard anyway. So if enough people mention a brewery to you, then maybe the first 2 times you're like, oh shit, what was it called again? They're like, and then your 3rd, 4th, 5th time you're like, all right, I get it. Okay, fuck. Okay, where are they again? Let me find out. Okay, let me just make it. But I'm just making a trip, and it is what it is. And the more direct cosigns from people who share your palate as well, which I think is important, and you see it online. And I think that's kind of like the beautiful, albeit slow, effect of that word of mouth for destination brewers like yourselves that it just keep coming up. Because it's not just the product. If I'm thinking back on what people have said to me, everyone was always like, the beer is really fantastic, but the experience is exceptional. Like, I think people really enjoyed just going there, and I imagine it would probably be the staff are lovely, and then they're able to do things that maybe I don't recall being told this, but how can you not like be stoked on a Saturday at 2 p.m. and you're walking around with this glorious gem through a hop field and it's sunshiny? It's like, that is like optimal, so it's
absolutely, man.
That's a good day. Yep.
Don't get
you
better.
can see it. Yeah.
To your point, it's organic growth. Is it slow? Absolutely. Have we been able to weather the storm through COVID and everything else that's happened? Absolutely, right? But you know what? As we kind of joke, we want to become everybody's best kept secret.
Oh, that might be the episode name, Best Kept Secret. Get the fuck out of here. Yes, right. You guys have dropped a bunch of gems, and I got a bunch of ideas from what you said. But I like that one, the best kept secret. How do you feel about that? If that is the case, and you are the best kept secret, how do y'all feel about that?
I mean, anecdotally, it's kind of funny because there are people that I think we've all spoken to that say, oh, hey, they're talking to their friends. Have you been to Quayle's? And they say, yeah, great little spot. And they kind of like, oh, I thought it was just my little hidden gem. And then they find out that these guys know it. And, it's that, that domino effect. It's like, oh yeah, everybody, thinks that it's their own little hidden gem. But we're at that point now where more people are hearing about us. And that's, great beer aside, great property aside, and everything else like that. That's one of the things that we're building upon now.
We've become like a real live Facebook because there's so many different communities that come to our place. Like, it's a gathering place, but like there'll be the cyclists and the skiers, like all these different communities that come, and it's great. Like, those little communities are, again, through word of mouth, have been growing.
I mean, to that point, to Cass' point, how many other fucking breweries do you know that people come in on horseback or by ATV? or by snowmobile, right?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Right? How many people bring their pet
Tractor.
goat to a brewery?
Tractor.
Right? Exactly. Like, tell me. Right?
None.
I challenge you. Exactly.
Not a one.
You know, hand
During
on heart,
COVID, we had
happens.
every mode of transportation. We had tractor was our first customer. It's like everything from ATVs, everything.
That's incredible.
And we still have horses. Everybody comes with on anything they want. They come in.
I can bring my goat.
Yep.
You can bring your goat. We have goats. We have goats in the farm in the summertime. We had goats this year. We're testing goats in our hop yard.
What do they do? Like
eating the grass? Yeah, eating the weeds.
How was
control. It? Yeah,
weed control.
It was great.
Was it good?
It was great. It was. It's great. We're going to expand on that next year. We have back to the farm. You have again. You have waste control. You've got our neighbors next door. They've got cattle, so our spent grains are picked up by them. We'll give them a call, and 10 minutes later, they're coming over in a skid steer, and they're picking up the spent grains. And the cattle you'll see actually migrate to the front because they hear the skid steer leave. It's you can't imagine it, Craig. It's just unbelievable, some of the things that happen.
That is, there's no other word. It's beautiful. That is the word that comes to mind. That is the coolest shit that you're able to do all of those things, engage the community, help out the local farms, bring in goats. I love the idea of bringing my goat to a brewery. I love goats so bad. Imagine going and bringing your goat. Like, yo, jump in the whip. We're going to Quayle's goat. It's just like, it's so cool. It's so cool. And it's like, if you think about like, we're in 2020, about to be 2026. If it's an interesting time in the world. Lots of stuff is happening. Economically, it's up and down. And if people are going to go out and they're going to want an experience, and everything that you're describing is an experience, like walking through a hop field. You don't see that every day. It's very rare. The fact that you can pull up in whatever it is whatever mode of transport, as you mentioned, Catherine, like you can pull up in that. You can bring your damn goat. You can bring whatever pet you have. Don't have to have a service animal. You can just, I don't know. I think that's just like you're being extraordinarily welcoming to everybody in any given circumstance, which is, if I was to own a business of the brick and mortar business similar to what you're doing, that would be my thing. I'd be like, come on, come on, whatever it is, come in. You got a goat, fucking bring the goat, dog. Like whatever it is. I just think that's so like, it's the ultimate, we want you here. You just feel, I can imagine you just feel so welcomed because you just literally can bring anything. And then even if you don't have anything like that, but you want to go through and you're going to see a bunch of goats eating up the weeds in the hop fields, I think
people
that's
love
like,
it.
I can imagine. I keep seeing people on Instagram. My girlfriend and I share a lot of like reels with like homesteaders and stuff with chickens and goats and stuff like that. So it's something that's like, we talk about it literally every single day. So it's extra cool because it's absolutely the type of thing we just want to be around and hear about. And even in the field of breweries, I think it's even cooler. Like, I don't know, name another brewery you can bring your goat to. It's it ain't common. So like, I don't know. I think that's super cool, and that you've got that freedom and that flexibility, and that kind of, even just like you mentioned earlier, you don't rope off the hop fields, and people can just walk through them with a beer and experience it. Particularly if you're newer to beer, and maybe you're a gateway person and you're a Canadian drinker, and all of a sudden now you're having Bauer, and you're walking through this hop field, and you're able to tell, like, what the fuck is this hop thing? That's what it looks like, and just sort of like discover, and you're really just opening people up to new experiences and to sort of experience beer at a deeper level than just out of the glass. And it shows that it's this process that comes from the land, and that works through the people in that community. And it sort of maybe would make people feel a little more attached to what's in their glass and that end product, and not to mention the food that obviously is very local as well. And I just think that is like the future. If I'm honest, I feel like that's the future of beer. It has to be.
So to that point,
so many people.
Go ahead.
You go.
Kat.
So many people don't know what a hop is, what it looks like, what it how it grows. People are fascinated, and I think that to your point, Craig, that they're just the exploration of touching, feeling, smelling, and connecting to the craft beer. They just like, it's something that in the past they've gone to the store, they've bought it, they've opened the can, they pour it in their glass, and now it adds to that experience of the smell and the visual and the taste. Now it's like I see where this is coming from, and I can be part of it. It's amazing. Like we do tours, and people are just overwhelmed by it.
It's like you're making craft beer 3D.
Yeah,
that dovetailed into my point. We we do tours where people can come in, and we'll do hop rubs right in the yard, right? So all the different kinds of, obviously in season, but we'll go out there, we'll let people pick a hop, one that's speaking to them, and then we'll take it and we'll do a hop rub right there, smell it. And it didn't necessarily that wasn't sort of part of the original plan, but being an educational component certainly evolved into that. So letting people understand that the beer that they're drinking, this is one of the 4 main ingredients of it, and that they can smell, touch, feel, and then obviously taste later on. And when we talk about farm to glass, we truly do mean it. It's not pandering. It's not whatever. We actually mean we bring the beer farm to glass. Scott cultivates his yeasts and propagates them over the different generations. Obviously, our water source is right on site because we don't have any other option. And then our hops come from the property, right? So, the only input that we don't grow on site is the malt.
Right. That's pretty crazy. I mean, and also quite rare that it's that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. You really I just think this is such a wonderful, it's a service to craft beer, and it's like saying like a 3D experience for people to come, because they just want to go to somewhere cool, like particularly in the summer, or even like saying winter shit is bored, like they're bored, come through. But in the summer, you're able to come through, and I don't know, there's not really much more anything better than going to a place like that and to be able to do that tour and go and see like nature at work, and then what that ends up looking like in your glass. It's I think it's that's the education that you're delivering, that people need to understand what beer is. And I'm sure we all remember the time when we were first maybe exposed to all of this, and how much that sort of made, oh wow, like okay. And whatever it is, whether it's spirits or wine or cider and local food or something, if you're able to have access to do something like that, like it's so meaningful for people. And I think people are looking for connection at a time when everyone is disconnected and the world is in a little bit of an what's the word, like you don't know what's going to happen. It's a strange uncertain. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's an uncertain place, and you've got something as like, well, hey, we planted these in the ground and this grew, and we take that and then we make that liquid that's in your glass along with some other stuff that's local. Then you're going to go and sit on that beautiful patio, and then your beer garden, you're going to go and have some a beautiful taco that is made with some beef that it was from the farm down the road, and then the cheese is from here, and then the produce from there. Like all of that is just like, it's connection, and it's bringing us back. It's almost like full circle back to sort of like, villages and industrial revolution and all the things that came after it. And then we're all just kind of like, oh, my girlfriend and I talk about every single day, I'll go 100 acres. There's always 100 acres. Just want fucking land. And then I just think it's like this, it's something that we all just like almost as creatures, we just crave that sort of like connection to the land again. And I think that what you guys are doing to giving people who are maybe like, I'm laughing because I mean like the city folk, like someone like us who didn't have that connection, yet like showing people that, hey, this is what it is in like on in a language that they speak, which is beer. And a lot of people like beer, and you're just able to provide that. And I think it's like, And at a fucking, like, it's not just like it's okay beer, it's exceptional beer. And I imagine I can't wait to get down. It's so cool. I just think everything you guys are doing is it's an important service to the industry over and above everything else that you're doing. And maybe you don't realize it. And I don't know. I just think it's so valuable.
I don't think we've ever looked at it that way in terms of providing a service, but you know what? It's what we do. And to your point, you know, by doing what we do brings a greater appreciation for the beer that we make at the end of the day. So people will look at it and go, oh, now I understand, you know, why this is a craft beer, because of all of the work that goes into it. It's not, you know, some, you know, 30,000 hectoliter fermenter that's making Busch Light, and you know, one guy sitting there pushing buttons, and you know, and then the canning line whizzing around at you know 5,000 cans a minute kind of thing. Nope, not us.
Yeah, thank you for seeing it that way, Craig. It's because it's a lot of sweat and tears. That's what, and we're passionate about it.
If anything, you know, we're full of inefficiencies, and I you know do mean that in a good way. But you know, that's part of being a craft brewery.
Craig, you thirsty? Let's start another beer.
Catherine, I feel like you're just reading my soul this evening. I feel like there's not been one time. Beer. Oh, you ain't messing around. What are we doing? What do we feel like? We got a few options here.
Well, I mean, we're already past the 3-hour mark. Should we do the stout? I feel like you'll like the stout.
Let's get
there. You go. Let's do it.
Okay. All right.
Then maybe you'll like the others as well. You can have them some other time.
No, we gotta do last tree in the lot.
Sure.
I'm not scared.
I've got nowhere to be.
Should I?
Yeah, sadly, I got to wake up tomorrow morning at some point in time.
At some point, but not like anytime soon, though.
Okay.
Like, we're chilling here. Okay. Oh, yeah, I didn't even show it. Sorry. This is the Salted Caramel Ripple, 5.5% stout. Ice cream stout? Let's fucking go. Is there ice cream in it?
No, it's just... I always found pastry stout to be a weird term, so...
Ice cream stout is fun.
We always made our original stout was called Ripple Effect.
Okay.
And then when we started playing around with flavors in the stout, we were just writing on the keg like mint ripple, coffee ripple, and then realized it sounded like ice cream flavors.
Look, it does.
So the tail wagged the dog a little bit on that one, but I think it suits. We ended up like really rolling with like the ice cream flavors was kind of the concept behind it.
And so it's yes, go on, Catherine.
Oh, well, just every spring, we often do this also with maple. So we add maple rim to it. So it's with our local maple providers in the area. We have a program that's put on by the county called Tap into Maple, and we'll have we'll again be creative with this. So
yeah, bit of local maple syrup. It's really very good with the maple rim.
Is it like when you say a maple rim, like actual syrup rim? Like
you dip the rim in maple syrup and then put it in maple sugar, so it has like a maple sugar rim around it. That's every spring during maple syrup season.
Is that during harvest season? No, not harvest. The other one, the setting up season for the hops.
It's a spring one.
It's spring.
Yeah, when you do the 20,000 hop, the fucking string.
That's usually in May or that's in April, May, when we're doing the stringing.
So there's a few reasons to come by in multiple parts of the year, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, come maple season too. Why not? It's great as well.
Do you guys do like the I remember in Montreal there was like the cabane à sucre, like the sugar shack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't do that, but there's lots in the area.
Hell yeah. I love it. 5.5%. Caramel salted caramel rip, so it's basically the low ABV stout with salted caramel,
right?
Is that a simple way to say it? Yeah
Nice 5.5%. The old Ripple Effect was 6.5%, but because we're also in such a remote location. I mean, I think people do appreciate the sub 6% beers.
Look, I can imagine, man. Like the driving, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're not, if you've actually got to go somewhere,
It sucks to come to Quayle's and have to be the designated driver, you know.
I'm already, yeah, that'll probably be me, wouldn't it? But
I don't know. Rock, paper, scissors might solve that one, Craig.
My girlfriend doesn't have a license, so it's always me.
Okay. Well, then that kind of settles that for you.
We're trying to what's the one? She's got the one where I'm allowed to be the driver, but I'm not allowed to drink if she's driving. What's that one called? G1?
G1 or G2?
Oh,
whichever one she's got is not the good one. But she's gonna get it. She had it years ago. She has to just repass the thing. But so that's why I always drive. But these lower ABV beers are very welcome for that exact reason, so that you're able to, crush a few, as you said, and still be able to comfortably and responsibly, as we all are professing here,
absolutely,
procure a vehicle. This is fantastic. It's like, yeah, the salted caramel is it's subtle, not over the top, as all the flavors of, I feel like in everything that we've had tonight have been very what's the word? Approachable.
Right.
Not too crazy. Yeah. Just the right amount of sweetness. You can tell there's something going on. It's more than just a regular 5.5% stout.
Right.
What did you guys use in this?
So the caramel side is just the caramel malts that we use. So it's sea salt and a good dose of vanilla beans.
Okay. Sea salt and vanilla beans. Okay. And the base is like an oatmeal stout.
It's a stout. I mean, it's definitely nothing like the robust sort of stout that we were originally making. Like I said, it's there's a lot more caramel malts in there to really drive that caramel flavor. But yeah, I mean, 5.5%. It's sort of it's a weird level, but it's definitely like the oatmeal stout kind of vibe.
Ooh.
There's no lactose in it. Just
lactose?
It's a personal thing, but so yeah, it's not sweet.
No, it's definitely not sweet at all. It's there's I'm a huge fan personally of chocolate tea. I can't spell. Low ABV stouts. I feel like they're something that Oh, Catherine just okay, she'll jump back. I feel like there's something that I reach for often. I like just having them around. And 5.5 is money. That's
it's a good level. I mean, yeah, personally I do love that, the 4% Irish stout. I'm yet to find a good one of those not on nitro though. It needs to be a little bit bigger, a little bit fuller to work in the can.
Yeah. Understood. This is fantastic. How many variants of these do you do?
It's been trimmed down a bit. We used to do 4 a year, but we just weren't selling through. Winter is a little slower at the brewery, obviously. So I'm trimming it down to 2 a year, and it's probably going to be this one and the maple coffee that we do. Just because they're just so wildly popular that every time I did a cherry ripe one, which is obviously Aussie style.
The Aussie appreciation, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and we do a cherry ripe dessert.
No one cared. Cherry ripe. The cherry ripe dessert was incredible. It was so good.
Please explain.
But the cherry ripe, it didn't hit in the same way. The salted caramel and the maple coffee, just people go nuts for. So
people like coffee for sure.
Yeah, I mean, coffee and beer, you can't go wrong. Let's double click on the cherry ripe dessert here.
Yes, yeah.
You're speaking my language. What are we talking?
Why don't you explain what cherry ripe is for the non-Aussies in the crowd?
So it's like a Bounty, but thinner with chunks
Right.
of cherry wrapped in dark chocolate. So it's a candy bar, as y'all will call it. We call it a chocolate bar. One of the greatest chocolate bars ever to exist.
It's legendary. I love a cherry ripe so much. I see a lot of shade for it now, like Instagram in Australia, like
What?
people are hating on cherry ripes.
How dare they?
Like it's the kids are saying this for people our age. Maybe they're right.
Are we boomers or something now?
We're the old people now.
Wow.
But it's so good.
Really?
I love a cherry ripe. I think it's the
People
most
don't like
unique.
bounties, so I could get it with the coconut thing, but the cherry. Actually, because Scotty, I know Catherine and Graydon you guys imagine have tried. Did Scotty bring you some cherry wraps?
No, we haven't had it but we've had the cherry ripe dessert. So he's described it very well, and we've had our kitchen make a fantastic replica, I guess, of in a dessert form with the beer.
Yeah, it was like a cherry ripe slice. It was she knocked it out of the park. It was so.
Was it close? Was it as close to the original as?
So it was not similar to like the cherry ripe, but cherry ripe slices, like when you go to a cafe in Australia and they've done like the same concepts. Like it's like a Nanaimo bar.
Like a Nanaimo bar. Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, she did that, and it was fantastic.
Oh,
do you guys want a minute amongst yourselves?
Yeah, maybe we need to. Do you know what the greatest?
Yeah, it was honestly so nice. That beer was lovely, but yeah, I mean, something about the coconut and the cherry, like we were loading up a bunch of flavors that people essentially didn't like.
Well, and for us non-Aussies, it gave us a great insight as to what that taste profile is, and how great it was. So, should we ever, find ourselves down under, we could go get a cherry ripe bar and go, oh yeah, that's actually not bad.
There you go.
It's better than not bad.
It is honestly my favorite chocolate bar in Australia. Like it's my go-to.
What about Chiquita?
I love it.
Chiquita's
I do like it, Chiquita. I do. But cherry ripe, there's something about it. It's like very unique. It's very good.
Get me thinking about it right now. Fuck, it's the best. Do you know what the other best is? Gay time.
The golden gay times are incredible.
Do you guys know what we're talking
about?
No? So it's an ice cream like on a stick, and it's caramel and vanilla kind of mixed ice cream, and then covered in chocolate, and then dipped in these like cookie batter things. Scott, there's this company I saw. I got it last year. I've only had it one time, but there's protein powder, gay time protein powder. So I ordered some to my mum's house, and she shipped it over. I got it like they sold out of the whole thing, so I got like individual sachets of it. It's pretty solid. Into that, I got some gay time fucking what do you call it? I can look at it right there. I can kind of see it.
Sounds like a dual
Easter egg. It's not a candy bar, but they like
it's ice cream. Yeah,
it's like a Magnum on a stick. But it sounds ridiculous, but it's the greatest. I can't even really do lactose anymore, but I can't wait to. It's the one thing people can't ship us because it's an ice cream.
It's ice cream. It's not gonna last.
But I had some. I don't know how I got it. No, Mom sent it to me. They had fucking bickies, like cookies, like gay time cookies. So like,
all right,
covered in the chocolate thing. So what I did was like they had the crumbs on top of it. These little like whatever flat cookies. That
I don't even know what those things were. I never thought about it.
I never thought about it because it didn't exist when I lived there, and probably same as you. And like what I did was whatever's at the bottom of the packet, I saved it so then I can make something because I saw some recipes online when you make with the gay time protein powder. So I have to make some sort of like Nanaimo bar type of contraption, and I've got the real cookies from the cookie crumble bits from the other. Yeah, it's a very Australian thing, but it's glorious. It really is.
I see a BAOS podcast spinoff, Aussie edition.
I feel like the whole thing is Aussie edition.
I mean, could it be an ice cream stout? Maybe.
I've had one. Maybe we could do one. We could make it happen. I remember having one from a brewery called Big Shed in Adelaide, and I remember I got it last time, I'll say 2018, 2019, I took like the beer photo, and I had the ice cream dipped inside the stout because it was a gay time stout. But I think that brewery is basically going under, unfortunately, because rough times.
Yeah.
If I feel like we could do a gay time. I really
like I mean, yeah, gay time ripple. Yeah, there's something there.
It could work. We could discuss. I feel like the people would love it. The name, maybe we could work on it. Because if you're not Australian, you're like, what is this?
I don't know what any of these things mean together.
Imagine seeing that name in the 80s, and you're just like,
like I feel like that ice cream, like waned for a little bit, 80s, 90s, and then it came back strong. Like it really leaned into it, what it was, and like it is now like probably the biggest one in Australia.
And they keep doing, I don't know, like obviously Catherine and Graydon, you guys wouldn't have seen it, but from afar, Scott and I are looking at Australia, and they're doing like the big brands are doing collaborations in a way I've never seen anything before. Like, I don't know what, they don't really do it like that. It's like O. Henry doing a collaboration with Lay's or whatever. Like, they're just like big brands that are just working together and just doing these collaborative products, like Milo and something. Like, it's very I haven't seen anything like that anywhere else in the world. I feel like the Australian big brands are just like, I don't know if they're all they probably are actually all owned by the same big,
yeah, exactly. It's all the same co-packing plant, at least.
Nestle or fucking
exactly.
Something. Yeah, which
Nestle
is not
and Unilever. Yeah,
basically. But unfortunately, but like we don't want to support them, but like they are our child. They bought our childhood, so they're playing on nostalgia for the millennials and Gen Z people that are just like, oh, how about we do this now? It's bonkers. I really got to go to the bathroom. How do you guys feel about a quick pause?
Bathroom.
Is it okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
We'll
good.
be right back. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. And we're gonna hit. Is it fair to say this is Catherine's favorite beer?
I say I'm like with Graydon. I have many favorite beers, but this is my favorite beer at Christmas time. Last tree in the lot.
Last tree on the lot, like you said. The sad little Christmas tree right there. We feel bad for it, but this beer is not that. Gosh darn. This is 6.9%.
Anything but sad.
No, not at all. So this is a red saison with holiday spices. Fuck, let's go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Tell us about this one, Scotty. This sounds.
Yeah, so this is it's a saison, but it's a little bit bigger. It's a little bit festive. It's got orange peel, vanilla, and allspice.
Okay.
Just fun in a Belgian way.
Okay.
It's a Bière de Noël, which is a Belgian thing. We didn't come up with that one. And yeah, it hits. When all summer long I want our saisons to sell better, this one comes through at the very end of the year, and it's wildly popular. This is the time of year that people drink saisons, apparently.
Is that because Catherine's telling all her friends about it and be like, come through and get this?
It's definitely all
6.9%. It makes you feel good.
It makes you feel good. You know what? You can't argue with a beer that makes you feel good, right?
Puts in the Christmas spirit.
Well, if there's any time for that, it's
right now.
It's right now.
Look, we could all do
it's
it
a week from now.
Break. It is a week from now. Is today? Yeah. Oh, it's Wednesday, so it'll be Christmas Eve next Wednesday, right?
Well, it's actually, you know what, dude? It's Thursday now, so it's actually a week from now.
It is. It's Christmas right now.
Santa is going to be here in a week.
Exactly. We're just having so much goddamn fun. We lost track of days.
Yeah,
we lost track of days.
Ah, man, you know what? It happens when you're having a good time, and this time of year, just who even knows what your name is most of the
You're
time.
right.
Like, let's keep the party rocking.
It's the only way to go. Oh, okay. So red saison. So it's kind of almost like an amber Belgian amber.
Yeah,
ale.
Yeah, exactly. Which, yeah, I mean, they do very well. It's, not quite like a double color. It's very like the amber end of the spectrum, but it's
I get it. Yeah,
you feeling festive?
Oh, dog, I'm festive as fuck. I should have worn a Santa hat. I regret it aggressively. I didn't even think about that. Damn it. There's got to be one somewhere. This is like, it's got that like wonderful Christmas, like you said, allspice. Was it orange and
Vanilla orange?
Vanilla orange,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's so subtle, and it's so festive. Yeah, exactly. I can see, Catherine. I see exactly. Wait, one real quick aside. Are you guys familiar with the quarter zip and matcha thing that's popping with children on social? You both
Sorry,
looking
quarter
blankly?
zip and matcha.
Yeah.
I'm not.
So, Catherine
Explain.
and okay, so there was this video that these two dudes in New York did, and they were young black men, and they were saying, "Oh, we don't wear hoodies and drink coffee. We wear quarter zips and drink matcha." So it was basically this whole thing, and they're like going with this like classier look. These young men who typically would be wearing hoodies or Nike. Technically, they said Nike Tech, which is sort of like a tracksuit type of thing that is not my vibe. And now all the young gentlemen are wearing quarter zips, which is what you both have, and drinking matcha, which is not good for matcha prices, I heard. But I just wanted to point out, because you both got like Quayle's branded quarter zip. So if there's anybody who's understand, like people will know what I'm saying. Like my girlfriend's younger cousin who works for us. So you probably might have met him, Dan, the dude who was like filming our presentation Graydon. So he's 27. He fucking loves it, and he's all about the quarter zips now. And it's funny to me because you got these young dudes who are into quarter zips, so they're like, it's what's popping with the kids. So apparently, like all the brands, it's really hard to get. So if people want to be with the kids and look exceptional in the extraordinary green and red festive colors, they could get the quarter zips directly from quailsbrewery.com.
You know,
With a
I'd
last in the lot.
Quailsbrewery.ca, I'm sorry.
I'd flip that one. I'd say, you know, the young hip kids are actually catching on to what we've already known all along.
Exactly. Dude,
It's because
that's-
Graydon was wearing the whole time, and they saw him.
They saw it, and they're like,
Dude, you know, Craig, you don't know how much grief I took for, you know, wearing old man sweaters.
not anymore, bro.
It finally came back.
The kids,
Exactly.
it went full circle.
That's exactly it. My wardrobe is cool again. I got it.
You got it. All you gotta do is drink green shit out of a, you know, like stuff that tastes like grass out of a cup, and all the kids are with it. I just wanted to point it out because I just thought it was, one, it's funny, but two, it's like actually like dope. Like I went upset. My girlfriend was showing me what she had got for her cousin for Christmas, and it was something similar. So I feel like there's got to be a faction of people, even if it's after Christmas, that need to be drippy, as we call it. So it's people can get them online. People can buy the merch online as well as the beer, and also obviously you
Absolutely.
come in. Yeah, they can get the quarter zips, and they'll.
They can do it.
You
Get it
couldn't
all. Even
possibly-
hoodies.
Hoodies aren't cool, Catherine. It's all about quarter zips.
Shocking. Those are
What-
farm.
What
We'll
you're
make sure
wearing?
we'll make sure they're online next week.
Okay, online like hoodies. No, hoodies are sick. I take that back when I said hoodies aren't cool.
Third place.
For the Gen Z, third place. For
They
Gen,
need
like
quarter zips.
they need the quarter zips, and that's what you've got right now. And I just wanted to make sure I significantly promoted them because it was, I don't know if it was a coincidence that you guys are doing. No, I just thought you were with the kid. You guys were with the shit, so that you guys know what the kids are into, and that's what I'm.
We have very knowledgeable kids at the brewery that were very into the quarter zips. It definitely came from
from Instagram and from TikTok.
both,
That's
yeah.
what I thought, and I didn't think that Catherine and Graydon were doing it ironically or just for any other reason except that they.
Oh
were,
no, dude,
they
we
were
knew
cool.
that all along.
Come on,
Of
Craig.
course, man. We got our finger on that pulse. You know,
That's
We're hit.
That's what I was. That's what I wanted to point out, and that's the answer that I thought I was going to get. And I just want to make sure that anyone who is under 29 or whatever in Gen Z, if this is what you're looking for, I don't know if it really gets any cooler than this, because a farm brewery making this level of quality beers and a quarter zip, dog. Are you
Trifecta.
serious? This is embarrassing if you're not wearing one. It's embarrassing. I'm sorry. Oh God, it couldn't be me, bro. It could not be me. So I just wanted to make sure I let the kids know what's going on.
Dressed like a boomer. I got it.
It's not. but is it?
It's not. I mean, originally
It's
it would
just
be
dressed
called dress like a
cool.
boomer. Now it's dressed like a millennial, Gen Z.
Yeah, it's like, well, look, I'm an older millennial, and I feel like the Gen Z, the younger Gen Zs are the ones. So it's either dress like a boomer from Vermont, or dress like Graydon and Catherine, and be cool as fuck. It doesn't get any better. I'm saying you gotta. They're like
We'll take it. We'll take it.
The kids are on it. I digress. I just wanted to make sure I aggressively. I've been thinking it for the last 3 hours. I just wanted to make sure I promoted your the shirts.
Then
and
you
I
get
mean
it.
Yeah,
I was not aware.
No, you would, but
I had no idea that you guys were so cool.
Well,
Scotty.
welcome.
Scott, get with the
now,
program. Come on.
there you go. Now you know, Scott.
you have to go in
Cat's
on
out of the
Monday.
bag, Scott.
Yeah, come on. Well, actually, you know what? Tomorrow, Thursday, today, you're gonna have to go in and pick up a quarter zip, Scotty, and grab yourself a matcha because that's what the kids are doing. Just saying, it's perfect, and I also really enjoyed that they're both festive colors. You couldn't get any better, really, to be honest. So put it on there. Is there anything we missed out about this beer? So we're talking red saison, allspice, orange peel, and vanilla. It's very
Yeah, I mean that covers it. It's just festive. It's fun.
Yeah, I feel like
Nice.
celebrating the birth of an omnipotent infant of sorts.
It's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. This is perfect, and this is like is this an annual?
Yeah, we do this one every year. It's come back every year. It just there's nothing like tradition, especially I feel like Canadians do tradition very well. In Australia, Christmas comes and goes. We don't do Halloween. We skip over a bunch of these things, and in Canada they love it. They lean into it very hard, and that's why these like fall and Christmas beers they get so popular. And you can't change these beers every year. You need to keep them coming,
or it's going to be a problem. Look, I understand. Does this one kind of like stick around for long? Does it fly out, from in both cans and draft?
It's another one we always try and like time to be exactly ending on the 24th of December.
Okay. To try and like tap out by then.
That's
People
impossible.
buy their last stash.
Yeah. I mean, we always have our Christmas market in November, so we release it right before then. They were mentioning the market, and some years, all 4 days are gorgeous, and like, yeah. I mean, we sold through an entire batch last year in the 2 weeks, and then this year we had not so good weather, so there'll be a bit more of a tail this year, but
understood. It's well, I was gonna say it's a shame, but it's not for those who still want to get in on it, because I feel like this will drink great on January 15th.
Oh, absolutely! Like it has real staying power. Like this beer, I always still enjoy it in January, but I get it. Like in December, it tastes different.
I get it. It's very smooth for 6.9.
Yeah.
Very smooth. Very, very smooth for 6.9. And what I like a lot about it is the spices like orange peel, vanilla, and the allspice are not like punch you in the tongue. It's very like subtle, restrained, delicate, crushable, and arguably dangerous. Because you could just down this and not know exactly. The quarter zip says it all, Catherine.
She gets it. She's dangerous.
That was the first thing I saw.
Good.
That's the first thing I thought when I met Catherine. I was like, Jesus, lady's dangerous. It's dripped out. It's fucking dangerous. No, this is fantastic. It's so it's such an interesting beer. Where did this inspo come from for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think I just I heard about the being in a well concept.
Okay.
And it resonated with me because I was a big Saison guy.
That kind of makes a lot of sense, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, we are a big spice brewery. I love spices. It's not a hot thing, but I love them. They're great. Just bring so much flavor with such a light touch.
Yeah, I understand.
So one of the things that you'll notice too is that we are, somewhat responsible, Craig. So you'll notice that our higher ABV beers are in regular size cans.
Yes.
Whereas some of our regular ABVs are in the 473 or 16-ounce cans. So we, being a smaller brewery, we've got the flexibility to package both sizes and not have to worry too much about efficiencies and all that other sort of good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you'll see 6.5, 6.9 in 355 cans.
Okay, is there like a baseline for when you decide, like if it's like over X percent, it goes over?
Not necessarily. We've got specialty beers that are under 5 that'll go into 355 cans, just because they're brewed on smaller batches. But definitely anything with a higher ABV will go in a 355 can.
Okay. What's the highest ABV that you guys do?
Well, I mean, we've got our grav lens, or gravitational lens. I mean, and that said, one of our mainstay beers is Big Chute. That is a 7% beer, but we made the exception there because it's listed in the LCBO. And the LCBO pretty much demands 473 cans.
Grav lens is 10% though.
Yeah.
Which one?
The gravitational lens.
Oh, okay.
And we have a bourbon stout as well. Those are 10%.
I saw that on the website. The
barrel aged.
Barrel aged. Do you have a barrel program?
It's a very small barrel program.
Hey.
But yes, we have we release that one every year. That's a really nice one. But yeah, the barrel program is about as much space as we can.
You can do.
Fit barrels into. Yeah,
we have 87 acres, but not enough space for barrels.
They're on the second floor. They're really hard to deal with up there.
Hey, look, I make sense. It makes sense. So this one's got vanilla, the Madagascar vanilla, in it as well.
Yeah, I'm a big vanilla guy.
Look, I fuck with vanilla. That's sick. I like that you're doing that, and it's wax dipped as well. Nice little sexy bottle, which is great for a holiday gift, even though this bottle will come out afterwards, but still a post-holiday gift to your favorite person.
Got a few of those. We've got a Belgian quad as well, if you're so inclined.
I did see that.
The quad is also very good, 10%er.
And that one, here we go. Here he is. Is that a barrel aged as well, or is it straight?
That one's not. No, straight up.
Not barrel aged. Okay. Which actually makes a lot of sense that you guys do that, being that you do many other Belgian style beers. How does that? How do these like 10% beers? How do they sell in comparison to sort of a lot of the other stuff that as we kind of discussed, that are like a little more on the crushable side, I guess, for the.
Yeah, I mean, they don't sell strong. They're all bottle conditioned. So, kind of the idea was always that we could put them in the bottle, age them. They'll only do better with age. So we don't need to sell through them in the same way as anything that's kept in the fridge.
Makes sense.
It's a smaller market, but it's a very that market is very dedicated to that style. So when they come in, they buy it, they know it, they want it. But it's not a big market, and I'd say even in our area, it's not a big market. But those who like it love it.
That makes a lot of sense. I think with the Belgians, like particularly the quads and anything like that. Like if you're into it, you're here for it.
It's a really fun thing to add to the portfolio. Really diversifies things with that. Yeah.
Is this something you guys do just over the holidays times?
Yeah, it's usually
in,
this
like,
time
in
of
the
year, slower
Yeah.
time of year. You can dedicate
Do
a little
stuff like
time
that.
to barrels and things like that. Yeah.
The quad specifically, is that like inspired by anything? I know obviously there's been a few other Belgian-ish or Belgian inspired type of things. Does that come from anywhere?
Yeah, I mean it's obviously me.
I assume as much.
I love my Belgies. Yeah, I mean
Belgies.
I'm actually just a big fan of Saint Bernardus 12. That's the one that I always like think of when I'm making my quad. Most close to West Vlet, if you know, yeah, Westy.
Oh yeah.
The Westy 12 is like a very special beer that I've had twice in my life. But Saint Bernardus 12 is like so available and so good. Hey,
There you go.
why does that beer not have a label? Yeah,
Oh,
that's the one.
because this was the one that they sold at the LCBO, but I also have the label version. What is this one? I got the 8. Yeah, I got these ones. I just took it from. These were like, I remember back in the day, I was mad broke. These were like $40 at a bar.
Wow.
For one bottle.
Wow.
And I just split
right.
it. I was working at the Apple store getting $15 an hour. So it was like, and I just split it with a mate. So we had this one, the blonde, and I guess it's 6. So there's 6, 12, and I guess I got the other guy. So they did this weird little box set at the LC. Do you guys remember? Must have been like 2012, 13. They did like, okay, that's the original 12.
Wow.
So that was the 12 that like from this place called Sarah's Cafe in Toronto, where they would do it. And I would just say, hey, can I keep the bottle? Because it's got the.
Oh, she had to put the label on it?
Yes, I had to put the label on it, but I thought someone brought it in their suitcase, and then they did this one, which was the they did this one in, and I got the glass from it because it came with a couple glasses, and my friend like had to line up at 6 a.m. to get it. Isn't this crazy? Like 2012, 2013 to get this beer, and this one was absolute garbage compared to this. This was probably one of the greatest drinking experiences I've ever had in my entire life. I always said there was 2 Belgian boys holding hands running across your tongue. Whereas like this was just like, it was cool. There was something about this, and I don't know what the difference was production wise.
My experience with that beer too. It was the first time I had it. It was absolutely incredible. And the second time it was mid. I don't know.
But I was told about it when I first got into beer by dudes. I worked at the Apple store in the Eaton Center in Toronto, and dudes were telling me about it, and I was like, all right, that's the best beer in the world. Okay, cool. And this place had it, and it was $40 per thing. So we're like, all right, let's just go half. Which is, a lot of money at the time, but it lived up to it. And then when it was, I think I brought 2 or 3 different people there to split it with them, and it was impeccable. But then, this other version of the LCBO, I don't know if they just made more, and then they made more, and then it didn't kind of hit.
Yeah, they had a year where they had a roof issue that they need to fix, and they made a bunch of beer, distributed it, and I mean, that was the batch that was like,
You know what? You can't blame them, man.
I think they got a new roof, which is really important, and we contributed to it. So.
Yeah, we really did, and I'm satisfied. And it was cool to see that, like my friend surprised me with it, and I remember just being lost my mind when he did, and then we drank it, and I was like, oh, this is not as good as the last time we had it. But it is cool that I guess back then that there was still like the best beer in the world, and there were things that were I kept knocking shit over. That were just like exciting and to try as drinkers, that were all you wanted to just experience, because it was beer, an experience and stuff, and I feel like almost that's what, is it fair to say that's what you guys are trying to bring back as far as like the product, but the on-premise experience that we've kind of talked about at length? It's that's what we're all really looking for, right, as beer drinkers, like these days.
Right. I think so.
which
I
is
don't know
cool.
if it's about bringing. I don't know if it's about bringing them back. It's just bringing them. Period.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's connecting them. I think it's that connection. Like it's that experience. It's not just about buying a drink and drinking it. It's that experience.
and that's really, I agree. I think that's what it is. Yeah, if you're gonna get off your ass and leave the house, you want to actually you want to feel something. You want to feel like you sort of contributing to something, and whether it's local or the actual, whether that's the inspiration or it's the actual product themselves or whatever it is, it's that's the reason to get your ass off the couch and to go and do something and go and see a space, and you guys are really offering that, and you doing like in 2020. Well, we're about to move in 2026. Like, there's not that many breweries doing a lot of Belgian stuff, particularly here in Ontario, at any sort of high level, and like that's cool. That's like a cool differentiating factor that you go like, sprinkling them in. Obviously, it doesn't seem like you're like pounding Belgians and stuff, but it's there. Excuse me.
Trying to keep the farmhouse, the Belgian alive for sure.
Which is a beautiful thing. Do we want to bring it home on the Chute, since we're already here?
Let's do it.
Why not?
I'm not scared. You don't look. Catherine's clearly not scared with that quarter zip. That shit is like all the way down. Graydon's not afraid. Gen Z wish they could be you two.
You know what? I wish I could be Gen Z.
No, they wish they could be you, Graydon. Please.
Okay. Well, I wish I could be as old as Gen Z. That's all.
There you go. That's a better answer. That's better, because I kind of do as well. So, look at that. Look at all those awards. Let's fucking go. Is that the Independence label? It is the Independence label.
We do the Independence label as well.
I love that, honestly.
Proudly.
We had a nice little kerfuffle back in the day when there was a brewery in Montreal called, they're still around, Four Origins, Quatre Origines, and they wanted to do their own. And then they hit us up to do like a piece on it. So we did like a video with them, and then the CCBA had just been started. So then they reached out to us and we did a podcast with them because they were doing it, because Four Origins were like, CCBA are taking too long. That it was kind of funny. So it was nice to see that this whole thing panned out. It's beautiful. Okay, now this is a Westie.
It's a Westie.
Let's fucking go.
I'm a Westie. I mean, I'm an Aussie, but they came from the West. So,
well, I guess you lived in Perth, even though you are technically an East Coastie.
I am. I'm used to the sun rising over the ocean, not setting, but
I understand. So we're really, I get it though, because you lived in Vancouver for 10 years, you deserve a bit of a West, and you lived in Perth. So I kind of feel I've never lived anywhere. I've only ever lived on the East Coast, strangely. So you deserve.
But as a Canadian, anybody from Australia is west of here, right? So
yeah, that's true.
Well, I guess that's true too.
So I can claim this. Is what you're selling great.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
You're a Westie, yeah.
Yep. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Get into it. You're COB now.
Oh no, that's so choicey. Oh no. Have you guys seen Beach Stars?
I mean, I obviously know it.
Yeah. Have you guys seen Beach Stars? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, man.
No.
Scotty's going to show you tomorrow.
Yeah, early YouTube.
Do you know what's
Australians
funny?
making fun of Kiwis, which I mean, we love to do.
I connected with the dude who made it. You know Trent from Punchy?
No.
You don't know Trent from Punchy? Okay. Fuck, you're not Australian. So there's another YouTube thing that went massive called this. It was just like a guy who was, I don't even know how to say it. He was just like a bogan, I guess. So the same guy who did this thing that has like 10 million views on YouTube voiced Beach Daz. Then him and his brother own a brewery in New South Wales. And I was talking to him and I was trying to get him on the pod and we were trying to figure it out. And then just kind of like fizzled. I need to do it for the culture but basically it's like having an OG like YouTube dude, and he was like seemed like mad cool. It was just like he wasn't drinking at the time or something, and I was like, all right, let's make it happen. And it was supposed to talk about his brewery, but to be honest, I would have just talked about Beach Dads the whole time. But you need to show him. Oh no! Oh no! Oh hey, bro! Oh no! So beach state, like the Kiwi accent is. Want a chip, bro? Oh, I don't eat chips. I feel like New Zealand accent is the greatest accent potentially of all time.
It's the most fun to make fun of, but also like only if you're Australian, because to Kath and Graydon we sound the exact same.
Does it sound the same to you
They're
guys?
both nice. In my opinion,
and,
I,
you know,
I like both of them.
Throw in the South African accent, and it's all the
Hard
same.
and forced. Yeah. No, I understand. I understand the hard and forced. The South African is very funny. And that's what, dudes, I worked at the Apple store at the Eat Center, so you can imagine the level in Toronto, the level of humans that came in that would hear me talk. And I got South African more than I ever thought I would get. I just thought it was people who didn't understand accents, to be honest. I'm like, I don't sound nothing like a Safa, but like I got mad South African mates in Australia. So I thought it was like really interesting that people would think that, because we would make fun of like the cricket folks,
right?
Tony Greig, hard and fast, and whatever. But the Kiwi one's the best. Oh, I love it so much. Anyway, Big Chute. God damn it. Now, this is a Westie. We're going to bring this home with a Westie. This is 7%. This is the biggest beer of the evening, strangely.
Westie, Shooter.
Fucking Shooter. Oh, yeah. Get a bit of Shooter in you, mate. Fucking
So,
yeah.
named after a big landmark in our area.
Mm-hmm.
Big Chute.
How big is it?
She's pretty big.
Is she massive?
It's the locks that connect Lake Couchiching to Georgian Bay.
Okay,
so it's big
it's
locks.
Actually a marine railway.
Marine railway.
Yeah.
That's a combination of words I've never heard before. Okay, so it's sort of like a way for boats to connect from sort of the region out to the Georgian Bay, which was that little peninsula thing we talked about off air earlier.
There you go.
Right.
Google it, you'll see.
And like it's going on a train track. It's loading up a boat.
Okay.
And goes across the land and then goes back in the water. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I'm here for it. Big Chute.
It's a sight. It's an engineering marvel.
It is.
All right. I need to come down there not only to string some vines and then to harvest said vines, but to see
the Big Chute.
When does Big Chute do his or her thing?
All summer long.
Fuck yeah, let's go. Like every day?
Every day. Every hour.
What do? You just pull up at the fucking harbor thing and just be like...
Well, if you're in a boat, whenever you're in a boat, you go, but you can just go watch boats go through it. It's pretty fascinating.
Oh, so Big Chute's the actual... It's not a boat. It's the thing.
It's the mechanism. Yeah,
right, it's like a locker.
Mechanism. Fuck yeah. Sick. So that makes me appreciate this beer even more. The meringue head is the most consistent thing of the night. Like how meringue all the heads are. It's spectacular.
Thanks, man.
And this is a 7% American IPA, so Westie. With is it Simcoe Mosaic? Is our friend?
That's what the website probably says. It no longer has either. It's Untapped. We don't monitor that Untapped enough. Yeah. I think now now we're doing Citra, Superdelic, Talus, and Eldorado, like a Quebec Eldorado.
Oh, from Thingo.
Houblon,
you know Lupulin. Yeah,
they're amazing. It's a great Eldorado.
They go hard. Okay, amazing. Nice and what's the word? Cloudy. The head is amazing. Now, this beer, is this a year rounder?
It is. It's our third LCBO beer.
Oh,
it's always around. She's number 3.
The most recent.
Okay, beautiful. That is glorious. Personally, I'm a massive fan of West Coast IPAs. I think they're undervalued here in Ontario. So it's really nice to see that you guys have one as your number 3. That is wonderful. The feedback, I guess, obviously people really are into this, hence the number 3, and hence being an LCBO skew.
Yeah, it's a strong beer. It's
very popular.
Goes really well. It kind of balances with the have a core IPA that is the Westie, and then like always shifting it up with the East Coast. It's keep something that's solid and then something that's fun.
Gotcha. It's I think it's great. Do you guys the clientele who like this, are they like Westie people, or is sort of like it's quite a varied crosses sort of like, oh, I didn't think that person would like this kind of thing. Is it, it hits a bit everybody?
Yeah, I mean, I think same again. Like, it's just no one knew what they were very into when we first opened up, and everyone's like found what they like since then. I mean, we get a lot of people through that are looking for very specific things, but I mean, I think the big majority of our base didn't know what they liked until we opened up, and they found this beer, and that's the one that's sung for them. I think it's helped a lot that it's been the core beer and not the one that's constantly rotating. So it does sell a lot better than the hazies, but also it's probably just because it's in a tall can and it's 7%. Sometimes people do.
I think it's also because it's not a hazy. I think there's people who just who want an IPA, but it's not as hoppy as a hazy. But I agree that a lot of people they didn't know what they didn't know. They got to enjoy your West Coast IPA, and this is like a new introduction for them. And then there's the people who just love it because it's Big Chute. The name, because it's nostalgic area.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, and I ask because I feel like West Coast or / American IPAs in Ontario are a little few and further between as far as the regularity, which is a little disappointing. If you said that 10 years ago, it's a different conversation. But right now, I feel like there just isn't a ton. But I love hearing that there's a nice fan base for this specific beer. I think that's great. That's fantastic that there's enough people that would want to drink a West Coast IPA to keep you making it year round and to be your number 3 from 2 of your other phenomenal crispies. Like, that is a little bit of a shock in the most positive way. I'm like, sick. That means there's a palette for this here. And I feel like it doesn't get talked about as much, and I really want to like promote the fact of just West Coast IPAs. Like, there's not a drinking session I will have that I don't drink one of these. I feel like they're necessary. They break up the craziness of haze. Even if you're drinking a bunch of crispies, it breaks everything up, and I just think it's sort of this nostalgic flavor that, like, personally, I want to have every time I drink if I would have that choice.
I think IPA diversity is important. You gotta have it really does encompass like so much IPA. And I mean, we call it a Westie. Maybe there's more of like a American IPA because I think it's softer. Like, it's not the old school West Coast IPA. There was like aggressive bitterness, C hop. It walks a line, and I mean, I
feel like it's walking
right before East Coast IPAs were becoming a thing. This is where West Coast IPAs were becoming, and then in order to like set themselves apart, they sort of regressed. And like, this is more the progressive West Coast IPA.
Couldn't agree more, because it's not over the top, and it kind of exactly what you're saying is, I think, why people are gravitating towards it, because it's not trying to tear a layer off your tongue with
right.
the bitterness. which I have no beef with at all. If you try and do that, fuck yeah, let's go. But
Very fun. I enjoy being challenged.
absolutely, and it takes us all back. Not nobody obviously more than Graydon and Catherine here. Like you guys were in the '80s, so compared to
embracing,
you got to keep bringing this up, man.
I mean it in the most respectful.
We're old, Craig. We're old.
No, you're not. I actually, if we looked at probably our ages, we're not that much different. But you were into beer in a time that I just think is so cool that you were into craft beer because you've seen the changes. And I mean it in such a respectful way. I know you're joking, Catherine, but like I really do. I think it's so cool. Imagine being interested in this type of thing in a time when fucking no one cared about it. I just think that's so dope. And then to see where you both ended up here, and then this is a relic of time in the last 10 is probably not even really 10 is like the baby time of it. Like it's long before that. This was the only thing when I moved to Canada. It was 2010 when I did the beer thing. It was January 2011, so that was when it was really like exploring things like this, when they were doing the IBU wars. Everyone's trying to rip your tongue off, and it was a different conversation. And then this thing went by the wayside once Hayes came in, and it's really nice to see a bit of a resurgence in every market personally that I go to, that I like to see. I like to be able to find a West Coast IPA because I want to personally drink them, and the fact that you guys have one that's not only year round but also your number 3 beer, when I'm very happy to know this personally, because I feel like we're talking about it comes up a bunch where we're like, oh, what's some year-round West Coast IPAs in Ontario? Now I know I can mention this in that conversation. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's it's a beautiful thing personally. I mean, like I wish more. Imagine if you got into beer at like 2020, and this is some sort of relic of a before time. And you thought that a sour was a smoothie, and that a stout was a pastry and 12%, and that an IPA was an 8% yellow milky thing, which are all wonderful things. They're all some of my favorite things, but that they don't know what the fuck this is. There's some people, and I always think about them, and I don't mean any disrespect to the people who got into it new, but like if you just got into beer, that's what you're going to be exposed to, and that's why I think this is important, because I think this is history of IPAs, and it's also balance, because if all you drink is the one thing, it becomes monotonous, it becomes boring, and it might turn even people off beer potentially, because you want some sort of diversity, and then not a lot of it just doesn't happen as much as it should. So I think it's fantastic that you guys hang your hat on something like this and do it. It's beautiful. Delightful even. I mean, maybe as delightful as the quarter zips. The Gen Z are going to be looking at you. If that's possible. I don't even know if it's possible, to be honest, Scotty. I don't know. I feel like all the Gen Z are going to be coming through now. You guys might have to double up on the merch run. Once they discover it, maybe you guys start doing a matcha IPA or something. It's over.
Royalties, Craig. Royalties.
Oh, hey, this one's for you, Catherine. This one's all for you. I love it. This is beautiful. Was there anything else? I know I feel like I've kept you guys forever. We hit over 4 hours, and this has kind of flown by, to be honest, and it's been such a pleasure. Was there anything else that we needed to make sure we mentioned before we bring this bad boy home?
No, I mean, thank you for inviting us to your podcast. I think we've all certainly enjoyed it, and it's your viewers will get a little bit of a deeper insight as to who the hell we are.
Craig, just send us your size for your quarter zip. We'll send it over to you.
Oh my! Do you know what the theme is for Christmas this year? Is quarter zips. I'll look it up to be quarter zips for Christmas Day. I'd be amazing. I would let you know.
We'll
get all your coordinates, and we'll send you a quarter zip.
We can talk off air. We can make sure, because I got to flex on these people here. I got to let them know I got the finest quarter zip. Like, Oh, you got one from some major brand. I got one from the most fire brewery in Oro-Medonte.
And we expect to see you during stringing season and during harvest season. Okay.
Oh, that's all I would wear. That would be my official harvest / what's the spring one called? Not harvest. What's the spring one?
Stringing. You're
Stringing.
String and twirl.
String and twirl and harvest season.
And you can train. String, twirl, and train.
And train.
Yeah, train the hops too.
What's train hops? Is that when you grow the thing up?
Once they start growing, you train them to grow up the vine.
Okay, so I might need an establishment on property.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have to find a place for you.
I feel like there's 87 acres. I feel like we could figure that the fuck out right there. With them cedar trees, we could build some shit.
You got a tent? Bring it.
Do I have a tent? I got an air mattress.
Okay, that's a start.
That would probably be fine. Yeah.
We could build it from those LCBO little canvas bags you can get.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, you know what? It's funny. You asked us earlier about an apiary and why have we considered that? Well, the reason why we haven't is because we actually have black bears that roam through the property, so that's why we don't have an apiary. So if you want to camp on the property, go ahead, man.
You'll see lots of wild animals.
I'm from a different country, bro. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Scotty
yeah, tapping your shoes aren't going to help you against bears.
I'm used to huntsmans and possums and echidnas and kangaroos and wallabies. I don't know if I could deal with black bears. We always talk about Australian things trying to kill people, and fine that they do. But I don't know. Black bears are actually
more scary.
Well, look out for the fishes.
More scary than spiders for sure.
Do you reckon black bears like quarter zips though? I reckon they would see it and they'd be like, "Oh, this is a respectable gentleman."
Especially green ones.
Oh, you guys are the best. Guys, thank you so much for your time. This has been genuinely phenomenal. You guys are so cool. The beers are amazing. Your story is phenomenal. I just think everything that what you're doing is genuinely cool. I love that you've had an interesting story and you've been so. You guys have just made it work through all of the ups and downs and the horrendous things that life has thrown at you, and just made it happen and made exceptional products and being able to form a community around the brewery in an area that didn't have anything like that before. And you're putting people onto craft beer and you're bringing the community together with local artisans and the local produce. And I just kind of think everything that you're doing at Quayle's is exactly what craft beer needs. So thank you all for doing it for the culture, I mean, you're not doing it for the culture, but you're doing it. You did it because you wanted to do it. But at the end of the day, I think it's benefiting everybody, and it's benefiting Ontario, and it's a really truly beautiful thing. Thank you all for just doing what you got to do and being so honest and transparent and just upfront about everything that you're doing. It's just I respect and admire all you guys. It's wonderful. You guys, it has been a truly a pleasure to hang out with you guys tonight for 4 hours and change, not to mention the pee breaks and the nonsense.
Thanks, Craig. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Good on you.
Thanks, Craig.
No, you guys are champions.
I feel a group hug coming on here, guys.
Oh, just you wait. When we get to come through, I gotta come up there. Actually, it would be the easiest way to do it. But we'll finish up off air, but where can everybody find Quayle's Brewing online and in real life?
So quaylesbrewery.ca or .com online. You can order online and come visit at 4567 12th Line North. And it's just 15 minutes outside of Orillia or Barrie. So just a short drive from Toronto.
Just super off easy. Highway 400 or off just 10 minutes off of Highway 400 or about 15 minutes off of Highway 11,
which is kind of perfect because there isn't like like you got the stuff in the other towns, but it's just on the way up. You're just cruising right through there. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
So people will have a great reason to go through for some phenomenal food, for some incredible beer year round. You can get a lot of the beers, or at least 3 of them, I'm sorry, in LCBOs within around 40-50 kilometers. So keep an eye out for that. If people did want to see it in their local area, say if you're in Ottawa, if you're here in Hamilton, and people wanted to see Quayles. Is there something that they could ask their LCBO for? Is that possible?
Absolutely. Keep asking for it, because that's what, keep asking for it. Because if they ask for it, then the LCBO will keep asking for us.
Amazing. That's what I want to hear, because I feel like that's super important. I know that people are just always wanting to have something that's exceptional in wherever they're at. So LCBO is a great format, but you got grocery, you got independent store. You can also ask your grocery, independent store, convenience store, everybody to stock it, which is a beautiful thing. Guys, thank you so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. We'll finish up off air, but you're all wonderful. The beers are exceptional. Guys, thank you so much for watching and listening. If you've enjoyed the episode, smash the thumbs up, hit subscribe below, hit the notification bell so you know when the new drops. Follow us everywhere at BAOS Podcast, and check out the long form audio, Spotify, Apple Podcast. Give us 5 stars. Not for me, goddammit. For Scott, for Catherine, for Graydon, for Quayle's Brewery, for Ontario black bears that won't kill you in your tent, in the hop yard. And we'll see y'all in the next one. Cheers, y'all.